Chapter 941. Faced with a man of action, Han Yunshi couldn't think too much. His tyrannical strength forced her body and soul to follow his rhythm, gradually tightening as if something was imprisoning her, waiting for the opening to open. After the opening opened, she slowly opened her mouth and exhaled a long breath. Her entire body relaxed. She chuckled. "Long Fei Yi, you win again." Long Fei knelt down, his forehead covered in sweat as he lay soundlessly over the bite mark on her chest. Han Yunshi gently hugged him and said in a low voice, "Long Fei Yi, don't doubt me. I'll only love you in this lifetime." "What about the next lifetime?" Long Fei Yi asked indifferently. Han Yunshi took his hand and stroked the scar on her chest. She didn't say anything about the next lifetime. Instead, she said seriously, "When I've loved enough in this lifetime, I'll tell you." "Okay." Long Fei Yi agreed without hesitation. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't tell Han Yunshi that the Shadow Clan's protection had two meanings. That night, they stubbornly turned back the way they came. The next evening, they arrived at Anmin Town, an ancient town in the eastern part of western Zhou. Long Fei Yi booked a hot spring tea house in the western suburbs of Anmin Town to stay and wait for Gu Beiwe to arrive. Originally, Gu Beiwe would need 2 days to catch up with them, but because they turned back the way they came, the meeting time was shortened by half. Therefore, Gu Beiwe would arrive late at night. Han Yunshi was attracted by the hot spring that was emitting white steam as soon as she arrived at the hot spring tea house. It was already early winter, and the weather in the northwest was already cold. However, it wasn't too cold outside. This was the best time to soak in the hot spring. Unfortunately, her leg was injured and she couldn't soak in it. Such a big hot spring wasn't a small bathtub for her to cross her legs outside. Long Fei Yi and she lived in the largest courtyard in the tea house. The house was surrounded by tatami mats and short tea bushes. Ning Jing was very happy. Being in this place, no matter how impetuous one's heart was, it would subconsciously calm down. But Han Yunshi could not calm down at all, because Long Fei Yi was soaking in the hot spring pool in the courtyard, and she was sitting at the tea table by the shore, watching, unable to get down. Ever since her legs were seriously injured, she hadn't been able to soak in a hot spring properly. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would unconsciously imagine the relaxing and leisurely feeling of soaking in a hot spring. If she could get into the pool now, she would definitely sleep until dawn. However, she could only look on enviously. Soon, Long Fei Yi swam over from the pool. He lay on the shore and splashed a handful of water at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi pretended not to see it and continued to make tea. However, she only made tea and did not drink it. Long Fei Yi smiled and splashed another handful of water over. The strength was just right, and the water only splashed at Han Yunshi's feet and did not wet her. Han Yunshi still pretended not to see it, and she pushed the wheelchair to leave. "Where are you going?" Long Fei Yi immediately asked. "For a walk," Han Yunshi answered. "You're not going to accompany me?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunshi sighed and said, "Sigh, when Gu Beiwe comes, I'm afraid I'll only be able to enjoy the time in a wheelchair when I'm too old to walk. Of course, I have to cherish tonight. You soak by yourself, I'll walk around." As she spoke, she glanced back at Long Fei Yi and smiled. Under the moonlight, it was a different kind of charm. Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. She could even come up with such a reason. He was convinced. Han Yunshi really left just like that. Long Fei Yi did not know that when she glanced back and smiled, she secretly glanced at his good figure. She was puzzled. Why did she not have the chance to seriously admire his sculpture-like perfect figure after being pampered by him so many times? Han Yunshi did not walk far before Long Fei Yi caught up with her. He was dressed in a loose and casual white robe and wooden clogs. He was very leisurely pushing her wheelchair. She looked back and smiled mischievously. "Not soaking any more?" He deliberately looked at her enviously, and she naturally had a way to prevent him from getting his way. His gentle eyes were doting and helpless. Actually, there was no one who won or lost between them. They had always been evenly matched. The two of them strolled under the moonlight in the tea garden and chatted. "Tell me about what happened 3,000 years later," Long Fei said lightly. Han Yunshi readily agreed. Of course, she only talked about happy things and did not mention the pain. Many times, people would have the illusion that time had healed the wounds and erased the scars. In reality, it was not time but the people brought by time. Han Yunshi finished talking about her own matters and did not ask about Long Fei's childhood. She hoped that she was the person who was brought to Long Fei by the reversal of time. Long Fei was quite interested in the matter of her refusing to cut the queue for people with connections before she transmigrated. Ling Yun Hospital? Long Fei pondered for a while and smiled. Then under what circumstances can you cut the queue? Depending on the illness? It depends on my mood. Han Yunshi laughed. Long Fei also laughed. Chatting like this, Han Yunshi did not know how she fell asleep. She only vaguely remembered that Long Fei carried her to the room. When she woke up, it was already the next morning and the sun was high in the sky. The pillow beside her was empty, without any warmth. Obviously, Long Fei was already up. She sat up, full of doubts. Why was she so sleepy? Yesterday, she had been sleeping in the carriage during the day. She thought that she could sleep through the night and wait for Gu Beiwei to come to see her. Who knew that she would unknowingly fall asleep last night? Although they had been on the road recently, the carriage was stable and not bumpy at all. Other than the needle technique, there was basically nothing to do. If it was in the past, she would cultivate the poison storage space. But now, she had to conserve her energy and did not cultivate for several days. Han Yunshi was in a daze, but suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly took her pulse. She remembered that pregnant people would have a period of sleepiness. When it appeared and the length of time varied from person to person. Unfortunately, her pulse quickly made her reject this idea. She laughed inwardly. That matter would not be so fast. She was afraid that she was too tired a while ago and relaxed during the journey. Her body automatically entered a period of recuperation. Han Yunshi did not think much about it. She quickly got out of bed and tidied up in a few seconds. The sky was bright, Gu Beiwei must have arrived. She called for a servant, but who knew that it was Bailey Mingxiang who came in? Bailey Mingxiang had always been reserved, but today, there was an obvious joy on her face that could not be hidden. "Princess, you are finally awake. Dr. Gu has arrived. He is drinking tea with His Highness at Pine Fragrance Court. This servant has been ordered to bring you there," Bailey Mingxiang said with a smile. She had not been so happy in a long time. Han Yunshi was not surprised. Quickly, however, Bailey Mingxiang pushed her to the table and called for the servant girl waiting outside to bring in breakfast. "Princess, eat your breakfast first. Dr. Gu's treatment will take a lot of time. You must eat until you are full," Bailey Mingxiang said. Han Yunshi was helpless. She thought that this must be Long Fei's order. She could not refuse. However, when the servant girl brought in breakfast, she found that it was Bailey Mingxiang who was sitting for breakfast. These dishes were the ones she often ate at Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. There was no doubt that this meal was specially prepared for her by Bailey Mingxiang. It might not have been ordered by Long Fei. Bailey Mingxiang helped her to a bowl of millet porridge and a pair of chopsticks. "Princess must eat until you are full. If the treatment is delayed until the afternoon, you will be hungry." Han Yunshi suddenly had an illusion that she was back at Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. As soon as she sat at the table, Zhao Mama and Bailey Mingxiang came to serve her. Su Xiaoyu was outside the door watering the poisonous plants in the garden. Those days could never be returned. Bailey Mingxiang's future belonged to the army. Xiao Yuer's whereabouts were unknown. Xiao Yuer was still valuable in by Yu Qiao's hands. Therefore, Xiao Yuer's life was not in danger. She only hoped that Xiao Yuer would be smarter and not so stubborn. She did not know if she could find out by Yuqiao's whereabouts on this trip to 100 Poisons sect. Although she was anxious to see Gu Beiwei, Han Yunxi still ate seriously. Only when she was full did she ask Bailey Mingxiang to send her to Fragrant Pine Courtyard. When she arrived at the courtyard's entrance, she saw Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei talking at the tea table in the courtyard. Their voices were sometimes loud and sometimes deliberately lowered. She could not hear what they were talking about. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not notice Han Yunxi coming over. Bailey Mingxiang was about to speak when Han Yunxi stopped him. She looked at Gu Beiwei from afar. His white clothes were spotless, and his expression was easygoing. Even if a stranger saw him, they would feel very comfortable, as if they were old friends. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Han Yunxi did not find him strange at all. He was still as intimate and at ease as before. It was as if they had never been separated by life and death at the cliff, as if he had always been there and had never left. There were not many people who could sit at Long Fei Yi's tea table and have Long Fei Yi personally pour tea for them. Gu was one of them. It was rare for Long Fei Yi to be so easygoing as well, chatting and laughing. Han Yunxi even forgot about her leg injury, not wanting to disturb this picturesque scene. But Long Fei Yi had long noticed her arrival. He quickly stopped talking with Gu Beiwei and arched a brow at her. "You're still not coming over?" Actually, Gu Beiwei had noticed her long ago as well. No matter how anxious he was to see Miss Yunxi, he would never speak up as long as Long Fei Yi did not speak. Only now did he turn to look. As soon as he saw Han Yunxi, the gentle curve of his lips widened. But even his smile was soundless. He quickly rose to his feet, as modest as he had been when they first met at General Mu's estate. But this time, he didn't call her esteemed Wang Fei, but Your Highness Princess. This time, he didn't clasp his hands in front of his chest, but knelt on his knees. "This subordinate, Lone Moon, greets Your Highness Princess." He knelt on the ground and cupped his hands in greeting, kowtowing until his forehead rested on those warm, slender hands. He was a white cloud in the sky. But right now, he was kneeling piously in the mud. But it wasn't just Han Yunxi. Even the lofty Long Fei Yi standing on the side didn't think he was lowly. Some people were just like that. Even if they were kneeling, they were still lofty and noble. Han Yunxi couldn't bear to see Gu Beiwei kneel, so she quickly said, "Gu Beiwei, if you don't hurry and get up, I'm going to get angry." She'd told him for years not to be so courteous, but he'd knelt as soon as they met. After not seeing him for so long, she thought he'd be as excited and agitated as the rest of them, but he was still as calm as water, as warm as jade. She didn't know what to do with him. Han Yunxi couldn't help but wonder what could break Gu Beiwei's warmth and quiet. Chapter 942. Han Yunxi was angry, but Gu Beiwei still didn't get up. He said seriously, "Your subordinate hid his identity and bullied my superior. Please punish me, princess." Han Yunxi already knew that it was useless to talk nonsense with him. She said fiercely, "Gu Beiwei, I'll punish you by treating my injuries. If I still can't walk today, do as you see fit." Gu Beiwei was about to speak when Han Yunxi stopped him. "This is an order. No more nonsense. Get up quickly." Gu Beiwei sighed softly and got up. "Don't worry, princess. You will definitely be able to walk before nightfall." Gu Beiwei's words could definitely be trusted. He helped Han Yunxi with acupuncture treatment in the bamboo hut in Fragrant Pine Courtyard. For injuries like fractures, the bones had to grow back together before they could be considered healed. Acupuncture alone wouldn't have such a miraculous effect. Gu Beiwei not only used needles, but medicine as well. He used acupuncture and moxibustion to bring out the effects of the medicine. In the end, it was the medicine that had taken effect. Of course, only he could use the medicine so quickly. For others, it wouldn't be effective for at least half a month. Han Yunxi's injuries had been recuperating for some time. She could even stand stably, so it wasn't difficult for Gu Beiwei. The room was silent. Han Yunshi was lying down. Gu Beiwei was focused on performing acupuncture, asking her a few questions from time to time. Long Feiyi sat beside Han Yunshi, watching and watching. Time flew by quickly. There was no rest in the middle. When Gu Beiwei finished the entire set of acupuncture, it was already evening. "Princess, you can leave now." Gu Beiwei didn't even say the word "try," and directly let Han Yunshi leave. He packed up the medicine box and retreated behind the screen, not even looking at Han Yunshi's bare calf. Although she knew that she could recover, Han Yunshi couldn't help but feel excited when she really recovered. She unconsciously grabbed Long Feiyi's hand and looked at him. Long Feiyi was actually more nervous than her. He picked her up. Han Yunshi immediately said, "I want to walk." Long Feiyi carefully put her down, but didn't let go of her hand. Han Yunshi looked at him, broke free from his hand, and took a step forward. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't walked normally for a long time, but this step seemed a little rusty. Han Yunshi took another step, and Long Feiyi chased after her to prevent her from falling. The second step was still unfamiliar. Han Yunshi threw caution to the wind and took a few steps forward with Long Fei following closely behind. Just like this, the two of them walked around the room, went around the screen, and turned in from the other side. Gu Beiwei watched, smiled quietly, and left silently, closing the door behind him. Soon, he heard Han Yunshi's surprised voice behind him. "I can walk. Long Feiyi, I can walk." Long Fei must have picked her up, because Han Yunshi couldn't help but laugh loudly. Gu Beiwei listened without turning back or stopping. When he reached the courtyard's entrance, he instructed Su Donglin, "When His Highness comes out later, tell him that the princess's injury has just recovered. Don't walk too much in the next 3 to 4 days. She still needs to recuperate." Su Donglin was overjoyed. The princess's leg injury is really healed. Gu Beiwei nodded and was about to leave when Long Feiyi's surprised voice suddenly came from the courtyard. "Gu Beiwei! Gu Beiwei!" If it was someone else shouting like this, perhaps Gu Beiwei would still be calm. But Long Feiyi shouting like this, it was definitely a big matter. Su Donglin had not yet recovered his senses when Gu Beiwei disappeared in front of him. His internal injury had just recovered. With only 20% of his internal energy left, he used the shadow technique. The shadow technique consumed a lot of internal energy. Using it like this, only God knew how many days he would need to recuperate to recover. His gentle calmness could be broken in an instant. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi could not see it because Han Yunshi had fainted. When Gu Beiwei barged into the room, he saw Long Feiyi sitting on the floor, and Han Yunshi unconscious in his arms. They were walking well just now. Long Feiyi was only on guard against Han Yunshi falling. He did not expect her to suddenly fall unconscious. While listening to Long Feiyi's explanation, he also took Han Yunshi's pulse. Gu Beiwei's brows were tightly knitted. His already pale face turned even paler. "What's wrong?" Long Feiyi could not help but disturb him. Gu Beiwei only shook his head and continued to take her pulse. After that, he checked Han Yunshi's eyes before replying, "The pulse is normal. There is no lesion, just like the previous few times." "Is it the poison storage space?" Long Feiyi asked nervously. Gu Beiwei was also suspicious. But, as a doctor, he was very cautious. "It's possible, but I can't be sure." Han Yunshi was still unconscious, so he had no idea if she was feeling unwell anywhere. Then when will she wake up? Long Feiyi did not realize that his question was nonsense. Gu Beiwei shook his head helplessly. The most troublesome illness he had encountered in his life was Han Yunshi's coma. He said, "We can only wait." Long Feiyi fell silent. If even Gu Beiwei could not do anything, then no one else in the world could. He decisively carried Han Yunshi to the bed and instructed, "You can stay in the side room. Come over if anything happens." A complicated look flashed past Gu Beiwei's eyes. Although he did not want to persuade him, he had to. Your Highness, we don't have time to waste. 100 Poisons sect has issued a challenge. The whole of Cloud Realm is watching. If we don't show up, we will be in big trouble. No matter how big the matter is, we have to wait for her to wake up. Long Feiyi said coldly. Han Yunshi had told him that she had already cultivated to the second level of the poison storage space. She had been working hard to break through to the third level, but had not made much progress. She only knew that the third level was called battle strategy. It allowed her to freely collect any poison in the world. She did not know anything else. Moreover, every time the poison storage space leveled up, it needed a trigger to help her break through the final shackle. The first time was because of the water of 10,000 poisons. The second time was because of the little thing's recovery. If this was the third time, then what was it that helped her break through the final shackle? Han Yunshi had not cultivated the poison storage space on the way here, nor had she encountered any poison. Long Feiyi had a premonition that this was not because of the poison storage spaces leveling up. Perhaps this was a normal coma caused by the poison storage space, but it could also be that there was something wrong with the poison storage space. How could Long Feiyi not worry? How could Gu Beiwe not understand this? But he still tried to persuade him. Your Highness, don't forget that this isn't a matter between you and the princess, but between the imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin. As far as this one knows, the princess had to rack her brains to convince Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders for this cooperation. Gu Beiwe's reminder hit the nail on the head. This time, it wasn't just Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi who were heading to 100 Poisons sect. There were also higher-ups from both the Eastern and Western Qin factions. East Qin's General Bailey had sent Bailey Yuchi, a major general, to head out in secret, while Western Qin's Ning clan had sent a cavalry general named Luo Qing to head out in secret. There were also rumors that Western Zhou and Tianing had sent people to watch. 100 Poisons sect was involved in murdering and robbing, so the medical community had always called them a malignant tumor in Cloud Realm continent. Medical and Medicine City had long since sent people to support them. By the time the appointed day arrived, there was no telling what the situation would be like at 100 Poisons sect. If Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi didn't go, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to their respective Eastern, Western Qin factions or the rest of the world. Moreover, they weren't just going to kill Bai Yanqing this time, but to uncover the truth behind the Great Qin Empire's civil war. Seeing Long Feiyi remain silent, Gu Beiwe took a step back and bowed. Your Highness, please reconsider. The princess wouldn't want to break her promise. At this moment, Su Donglin, who had been standing by the door all this time, couldn't help but speak up. Dr. Gu, if the princess doesn't wake up by then, we won't be able to deal with 100 Poisons sect either. Su Donglin had brought up the thorniest problem. Gu Beiwe had naturally thought of this point and said seriously, at least we'll have to wait until we get there before making any plans. Right now, everything was still unknown. No matter what, they had to go to 100 Poisons sect first. Whether or not they showed their faces and how to deal with the situation would give them room to adjust. Long Feiyi glanced at Gu Beiwe before realizing that he had lost control. Su Donglin still wanted to retort, but Long Feiyi knitted his brows and said mildly, Su Donglin, arrange for a night's rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. After Su Donglin left, Long Feiyi said mildly, You're quite calm. Gu Beiwe was still very modest as he cupped his hands. This is this one's duty as a subordinate. That's right. As a subordinate, he had to be this calm. This was his duty. Losing control and being impulsive was a kind of qualification, a kind of power. He didn't. Long Feiyi didn't do anything, but looked at Gu Beiwe for a long time. This one will be waiting in the side room. If anything happens, I'll be there immediately. After Gu Beiwe finished speaking, he looked at Han Yunshi from afar before retreating. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for everyone. Long Feiyi sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Han Yunshi's peaceful face. The scene of her falling unconscious replayed in his mind over and over again. She was clearly happy and smiling, but all of a sudden, she lost consciousness. Facing this woman, it was the first time he had experienced the feeling of extreme joy turning into sorrow. How could he not lose control? How could he not lose control when he thought of what she had said last night about 3,000 years in the future? Today, she was smiling and smiling when she suddenly fell unconscious. Then, would there be a day when she would suddenly disappear and disappear? He had always hidden this uneasiness in his heart. Late at night, Gu Beiwei wasn't in the side room, but sitting on the steps outside Han Yunxi's room. He missed Lil Thing. He'd tried to probe by Yanqing multiple times, but couldn't find out Lil Thing's whereabouts. Now that he was sure Lil Thing wasn't with the princess, it must have fallen into by Yanqing's hands. He wanted to make the princess happy before telling her about Lil Thing tomorrow. But who knew something like this would happen? If only Lil Thing was here. It could enter and exit the poison storage space, so it would know about the princess's situation. In the past, Lil Thing had been the one to keep him company on many sleepless nights. Gu Beiwei sighed. Little fellow, are you well? Lil Thing wasn't well at all. Ever since Mama Yunxi had advanced to the second level, it could sense everything about her and knew she was unconscious. It was trapped in a terrifying space that reeked of an incomparable stench. It was like a fermentation pool filled with all sorts of rotting, poisonous corpses. If it wasn't immortal, it would have rotted to death long ago. This seemed to be the poison storage space, but it also didn't. In any case, it couldn't tell. But if this wasn't the poison storage space, how could it be imprisoned? Chapter 943. That night in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, Lil Thing had chased after the man into the abyss to save him. But for some reason, it didn't fall into the abyss, but ended up in this space instead. The poisonous creatures in this space all looked strange, like jellyfish in the sea. They looked both like plants and animals. Lil Thing didn't know what they were, only that the stench they gave off was worse than rotting corpses. The stench made Lil Thing throw up a few times, but it slowly got used to it after a while. Lil Thing called this terrifying space the Black Space. Although this space didn't look like a poison storage space, and Lil Thing couldn't sense what was going on outside, Lil Thing still considered this space to be a poison storage space. But Lil Thing could only treat it as a poison storage space. It really didn't know what else in this world could trap it like this besides a poison storage space. Because Lil Thing had recognized Mama Yunxi as its master, it had a master-servant contract. Unless Mama Yunxi intentionally restricted it, it could enter and exit her poison storage space as it pleased. If it was another direct descendant of the poison sect, Lil Thing wouldn't be able to enter and exit freely. Only when Lil Thing's cultivation was higher than the poison storage space's owners would it be able to enter and exit freely. Otherwise, it would be under the control of the owner. As for Lil Thing's cultivation, if its fangs were fully recovered, its cultivation would be the highest in the poison sect. No one would be able to match it. After all, no one could cure the poison fang's blood. Unfortunately, its vitality had been greatly damaged after Mama Yunxi had taken its blood to save someone. Add that to its injuries on Celestial Mountain, and it couldn't recover in a few short years no matter how much nourishment it took. To this day, Lil Thing still didn't know who Mama Yunxi had taken its blood to save. Every time it thought about it, it wanted nothing more than to bite that person. Unable to fully recover, Lil Thing could only eat poisonous plants to nourish its body while borrowing Mama Yunxi's strength to cultivate. When Mama Yunxi had broken through to the second level of the poison storage space, it was all because of Lil Thing's recovery. Thus, from then on, Lil Thing and Mama Yunxi's cultivation complemented each other and influenced each other. Mama Yunxi hadn't cultivated much during this time, but Lil Thing had been working hard to cultivate in the black space. It was precisely because it was working so hard that it affected Mama Yunxi and made her feel tired. Since the first day it was locked up, Lil Thing had never stopped cultivating. It only stopped when it sensed that Mama Yunshi couldn't withstand the intensity of its cultivation and fell into a coma. It was an undying and indestructible poisonous beast, while Mama Yunshi was immortal. Her endurance naturally couldn't be compared. At this moment, the little thing was curled up in a dark corner. Its big tail was curled up to its neck and curled up like a hand hugging it. From the first day it was locked up, it had been cultivating day and night like a madman. It had even forgotten the time. Now that she suddenly stopped, she realized that she didn't know how long she had been locked in here before she remembered her young master. Is young master well? Falling into the abyss, how could one survive? It didn't dare to think about it, but it couldn't help but think about it. The more it thought about it, the more scared it became. It could only make itself busy, so busy that it did not have the time to think too much. It was certain that the black-clothed assassin that night was not Long DeLong, but his swordsmanship was on par with Long DeLong's. It felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards that black-clothed assassin, but it couldn't put its finger on it. It had felt the same at Medical City's banquet as well. Could it be that the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect? Was that why it felt so unfamiliar? And the black space it was trapped in belonged to the black-clothed assassin? Lil Thing had a keen sense of smell and could smell the scent of every person. However, there was only one way to determine if the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect: smell the scent of blood. Lil Thing racked its brains, but couldn't figure it out. If the black-clothed assassin was a direct descendant of the poison sect, why didn't he acknowledge Mama Yunshi? These questions were too complicated, and Lil Thing would get a headache if it thought too long. But if it didn't think about these questions, what else could it think about? Even if it couldn't cultivate, it had to keep its head busy. That way, it wouldn't miss the young master. As long as it closed its eyes, it could pretend that the world was dark. Could it pretend that the young master was fine as long as it didn't think about him? But there was only so much it could ponder about the black-clothed assassin's identity. There was nothing left to ponder about. Lil Thing crawled to its feet and began to spin in circles. It spun faster and faster until its tail and head were about to connect. What should it do? It couldn't help but think of the young master again. Of that bright moon night when the young master was injured and fell into the abyss. He was as frail as a butterfly, broken into pieces and drifting away with the wind. No. The little thing that was rapidly spinning suddenly stopped. It had to keep itself busy again, so busy that it couldn't think. Besides cultivating, it could also eat. It could eat with all its heart and soul, eating until it became dizzy. Without any hesitation, Lil Thing flew to a nearby vine. This vine was especially vigorous. It grew next to a large tree, but completely submerged it. Each of its leaves was as big as an adult's palm, and a sticky yellowish-brown liquid constantly seeped out of them. It was a kind of venom that dripped to the ground, and the entire vine looked like it was suffering from a serious illness, with pus constantly flowing out. It was very disgusting. Lil Thing climbed up the tree without hesitation, allowing the disgusting mucus to stain its snow-white fur. Once it was on the tree, the stench became even stronger. Who knew that Lil Thing would bury its head in the dense leaves, crazily gnawing on them? Not long after, Lil Thing raised its head and vomited. But, once it finished vomiting, it continued to gnaw. After vomiting a few times, it stopped vomiting. It wasn't like it didn't eat continuously for days and nights. It didn't care even if the sky collapsed. Pretend these poisonous things were delicious food. Pretend, as long as it was busy, it wouldn't think too much. Pretend, as long as it didn't think too much, the bad things wouldn't happen. Lil Thing just ate and ate like this. It didn't know how much these poisonous things would affect it in the future. Lil Thing's appetite was very big. In just one day it had eaten all the poisonous things around it. The owner of this black space could obviously sense it. But he could only imprison Lil Thing in the space and couldn't do anything else to it. Lil Thing hoped that Mama Yunshi would wake up quickly and rest, so that it could continue to cultivate. Cultivation was the only way for it to escape the black space. Mama Yunshi was about to break through the third level of the poison storage space. She just needed an opportunity, a helping hand. Lil Thing also hoped that Mama Yunshi would quickly advance to the third level. As long as it could, it would be able to completely connect with Mama Yunshi's mind and communicate with her soul. At this time, Han Yunshi was unconscious and didn't know how hard Lil Thing was working. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei didn't know either. They had already left the tea house and were on their way to the 100 Poisons sect. Long Fei Yi watched over Han Yunshi day and night. Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang sat in the same carriage. He frowned and didn't say a word. Bailey Mingxiang didn't disturb him, but was filled with worry as well. Day after day passed, but Han Yunshi still didn't wake up. The closer they got to the 100 Poisons sect, the more nervous everyone grew. One afternoon, while they were resting by the stream, Long Fei Yi received some bad news. Long Tianma had been invited to Western Qin by Emperor Kongqing to publicly express his support for the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin against the 100 Poisons sect. Support us? Gu Beiwei smiled. That's not Long Tianma's true goal. He and Emperor Kongqing want to act as witnesses for the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin so that they can figure out the true cause of the civil war, Long Fei Yi said. Not only did the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans have their own versions of the cause of the Great Qin Empire's civil war, but the rest of Cloud Realm continent had their own theories as well. No one knew which was the true cause, or which of the two imperial clans was the true victim, or which was the true culprit behind the destruction of the Great Qin Empire. Ever since Myriad Merchant Hall announced the alliance between Eastern and Western Qin, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had teamed up to capture Bai Yanqing. The topic had once again become a hot topic in Cloud Realm continent. After all, Eastern, Western Qin and Eastern Qin occupied half of Cloud Realm continent. This matter directly affected the future of the continent, so who wouldn't pay attention or be curious? Moreover, many people were curious to know who would emerge victorious after the former couple, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi, turned against each other. Act as witnesses, now that's interesting. Gu Beiwei was about to continue when Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed viciously. Cold, he said, that depends on whether they have the skills to see it. The 100 Poisons sect was located within Western Zhou's borders. Had Emperor Kongqing invited Long Tianma as the host, or had Long Tianma sought him out of his own accord? Both Western Zhou and Tianning had long been exhausted from last year's war. It would take them at least 5 or 10 years before they had enough troops and money to wage a war. But Long Tianma and Emperor Kongqing were still so restless that they wanted to get involved in the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. It looks like Emperor Kongqing is going to do his part as a host, Gu Beiwei said helplessly. As expected, Long Fei received news the next day that Emperor Kongqing, as the host, had sent invitations to Medical and Medicine City, inviting them to witness the ceremony together. What a joke! Even someone as benevolent as Gu Beiwei found it ironic. Who in the world knew that Medical and Medicine City had long been under Han Yunshi's control? Wasn't Emperor Kongqing's actions superfluous? Medical and Medicine City didn't need his invitation even if they wanted to go. What's Kongqing planning? Long Fei Yi began to wonder. Emperor Kongqing didn't necessarily want to invite Medical and Medicine City. On the contrary, he wanted to make a big fuss so that even if he and Han Yunshi captured Bai Yanqing, they couldn't interrogate him in private. They could only interrogate him in public. This matter wouldn't affect Western Zhou much. Why would Emperor Kongqing worry about such things if he wanted to protect them? Ask Chu Tianyin what Kongqing's motives are. Long Fei instructed coldly. After Gu Beiwei returned, he naturally left the task of contacting Chu Tianyin to him. Long Fei Yi returned to the carriage to stand guard by Han Yunshi's side. He took her hand and pressed it against his lips, looking even quieter than she was. There were still 3 days left until the deadline on their letter of challenge. Would Han Yunxi wake up in time? Chapter 944. Even an ordinary citizen would pay attention to 100 Poisons sect, much less Jun Yixie and Ning Qing. Jun Yixie had yet to give Ning Qing a clear answer regarding the 30,000 warhorses. Ning Qing, on the other hand, kept a high profile. Not only did he not attack Jun Yixie, he did not even mention it. It had to be said that Ning Qing's attitude had more or less influenced Jun Yixie's decision. But everything was in Jun Yixie's heart, so he didn't say a word. Over the past few days, he and Ning Qing had been paying attention to 100 Poisons sect. Ning Qing guessed that Jun Yixie was probably waiting for the results of 100 Poisons sect before making a decision. Although Ning Qing was unwilling to admit it, he knew that Bai Yanqing would not be able to escape if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi joined forces. So what if they caught Bai Yanqing? Bai Yanqing did not even want the world. Everything he did was to sow discord between Eastern and Western Qin. Would such a person speak the truth? Western Zhou's Emperor Kongqing had invited various factions and made such a big deal out of it. How many people would rush to 100 Poisons sect in the next few days? How many people would come to watch? Under these circumstances, Bai Yanqing would be even less likely to speak. In fact, Bai Yanqing would even use such a big event to cause the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin to sink to a point of no return. Ning Qing punched the wall with his fist. He had spent a lot of effort over the past few days, but he could not find an opportunity to send a message under Jun Yixie's surveillance. How could he have imagined that there would be a day when he would spend so much effort to resolve the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin? At this moment, Bai Yuqiao entered. Every time Bai Yuqiao came, there was only one thing, and that was the grudge between Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing. She didn't dare to ask Jun Yixie directly, so she could only ask Ning Qing for information. Is my senior brother really not planning to go to 100 Poisons sect? Bai Yuqiao asked the moment he entered. He never beat around the bush. Although it was too late to set off now, she was still worried. No. Ning Qing said coldly, "Little girl, you're underestimating your senior brother. Even if Bai Yanqing is his father, he won't go." "What did he say to you?" Bai Yuqiao asked anxiously. "What? Do you like your senior brother that much?" Ning Qing asked with a sneer. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Yuqiao denied in a huff, but her face was still red. Ning Qing shrugged and didn't say anything. He just pointed at the door for her to leave. "What did my senior brother say to you?" Bai Yuqiao asked anxiously. She was worried that although her senior brother didn't go personally, he would still send someone to help. After all, the fact that her senior brother was the sect master of 100 Poisons sect had long been exposed by Han Yunxi. Now, everyone was paying attention to the Feng clan, so very few people would mention him. However, this didn't mean that everyone had forgotten about him. At this time, not only could he not get involved, but it was also best to take the opportunity to draw a clear line between himself and 100 Poisons sect so that he wouldn't become the target of public criticism. Seeing that Bai Yuqiao wasn't leaving, Ning Qing didn't say anything more and left. However, Bai Yuqiao immediately rushed in front of him and blocked him. "What do you want in order to tell me?" "Ning Qing, don't forget that you were poisoned to death by Han Yunxi. I saved you." "So what?" Ning Qing raised his eyebrows and asked back. "Do you believe that I can have my senior brother kill you at any time?" Bai Yuqiao warned. Bai Yuqiao was simply deceiving herself. Ning Qing controlled his temper and said to her word by word, "Your senior brother didn't put you in his eyes at all, let alone put you in his heart. Your words aren't even as important as that little soldier in my battalion commander's camp. If you don't believe me, you can go and try." Bai Yuqiao stared blankly. She was self-aware and had enough eyesight to clearly see her position in front of her senior brother. Ever since she came back, she had never seen her face like this. However, her senior brother hadn't asked a single word about it. One had to know that her face was completely ruined. It was very ugly. However, it was one thing to know about it, and another to have it mentioned by someone else. This was like a scar that had formed a scab. The scab that one carefully removed was completely different from the scab being removed by someone else. The latter would be very, very painful. Ning Qing walked around her and headed out of the door. Who knew that Bai Yuqiao would chase after him and grab Ning Qing's arm? Almost at the same time that Bai Yuqiao grabbed his arm, Ning Qing fiercely flung it away, as if he didn't like this kind of touch. Bai Yuqiao really almost fell out. Ning Qing looked over angrily. Bai Yuqiao actually said loudly, "Yes, I like my senior brother. So what? What does that have to do with me?" Ning Qing snorted. "I'm begging you, all right?" Bai Yuqiao was actually about to cry. Such a vicious and stubborn girl. Her face had been ruined by goo, but she had never cried. Now, she was actually crying because of Ning Qing's harsh words? Unfortunately, Ning Qing didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. When he was in Myriad Merchant Hall, there were many women who acted coquettishly in front of him. There were also many who pretended to be pitiful. All of them were more beautiful and had higher status than Bai Yuqiao, but he had never softened his heart, let alone Bai Yuqiao. Ning Qing wasn't someone who would show mercy to women. If it was in the past, Ning Qing would definitely leave without looking back. However, this time, Ning Qing seemed to have broken his patience. He answered Bai Yuqiao, "Why should I help you?" When he said this, Bai Yuqiao finally felt less hopeless. She hurriedly asked, "What do I have to do for you to help me?" Ning Qing snorted softly, "What can you do?" Bai Yuqiao was afraid of Ning Qing's cold attitude earlier. She was afraid that Ning Qing would be unhappy and not even give her a chance. How could she have known that Ning Qing had his eyes on her for a long time? "As long as you don't betray my senior brother, I can do anything." Bai Yuqiao immediately revealed her bottom line. Ning Qing knew that he was halfway to success. When Bai Yuqiao came to ask about Jun Yixie, she would send away the people who were watching him inside and outside the tent. Therefore, he could only hide from Jun Yixie through Bai Yuqiao. Ning Qing finally turned around and came back. He said indifferently, "When the time comes, there's something that you can help me with." "Say it." Bai Yuqiao was excited. Help me buy a few jars of wine. Don't let your senior brother know," Ning Qing said casually. Bai Yuqiao was naturally vigilant. "Why don't you let my senior brother know? He didn't forbid you from drinking." Ning Qing sneered. "The wine in his army can't even be swallowed. It's not enough for this patriarch to drink. Since your senior brother is so short on money, I won't despise him. I don't want to ask for trouble." Bai Yuqiao knew how much senior brother needed money. Bai Yuqiao also knew how much senior brother cared about his face. If Ning Qing despised senior brother for such a small matter, senior brother would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Bai Yuqiao was originally on guard against Ning Qing asking her to do something big. She didn't expect that it would be such a small matter as secretly buying wine. She let down her guard a lot. "What kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll treat you." Although she didn't have much money, she could still treat Ning Qing to a meal. Who knew that the moment Ning Qing opened his mouth, he would scare her? 10 jars of iced wine will do," Ning Qing said. The corner of Bai Yuqiao's mouth twitched. Iced wine was a kind of wine that was unique to Northernly. It was the best kind of wine produced in Northernly. It was specially provided by the imperial family. Only when the imperial family was happy and rewarded it to the nobles and officials would this kind of wine flow out of the palace. Some people who were rewarded didn't like wine and loved money. They would secretly give the iced wine to the big wineries to secretly sell. Over time, some people in the imperial family knew about this. Therefore, every year when the iced wine was sent to the palace as tribute, those princes and imperial grandsons who lacked pocket money would secretly take out the iced wine and sell it at a high price. This matter was no secret in Northern Li's noble circle. Over the years, the iced wine had become more and more expensive. A small jar of only 4 or 5 cups would cost more than 5,000 taels of silver. But there were still people who could afford it. These people didn't want to buy the wine to drink. They wanted to get close to the people who bought the wine and get close to the princes and imperial grandsons. To put it bluntly, this was disguised bribery. Ning Qing wanted 10 jars of this iced wine. Wouldn't that be 50,000 taels? Not to mention 50,000 taels, she didn't even have 5,000 taels. The few gold cards that Ning Qing had given her before, she had already given them all to her senior brother to pay for the army. Taking a step back, even if those gold cards were still in her hands, she couldn't spend so much money to buy wine for Ning Qing. Ning Qing was a rich man, and she was just a poor person. Bai Yuqiao looked at Ning Qing and finally understood the real reason why Ning Qing didn't ask her senior brother for wine. He was simply humiliating her senior brother for being poor. This wine is rare, I can't afford it. Bai Yuqiao was very direct. Ning Qing didn't hesitate to take out a few banknotes worth 10,000 taels of silver. This family head never drinks wine that a woman pays for. This is 100,000 taels. I'll sell as much as you have. The rest will be a fee for my hard work. Although the price of iced wine wasn't fixed, and the difference in price between different places wasn't small, it shouldn't be a difference of 50,000 taels. This fee for his hard work immediately moved Bai Yuqiao. She immediately agreed, thinking that she could save the remaining 10,000 taels for emergencies. Bai Yuqiao took the banknotes. I promise you. Can you tell me why senior brother didn't go to 100 Poisons sect? He's waiting for your master to have nowhere else to go and come find him. Ning Qing replied. Bai Yuqiao was very smart, but how could she compete with him? You mean my master won't go to 100 Poisons sect? Bai Yuqiao said seriously. She had always guessed this. Only, her thoughts were crooked. She thought her master wouldn't go, and her senior brother would go and stand up for 100 Poisons sect. She neglected the fact that her senior brother was waiting for her master to come. Senior brother told you? Bai Yuqiao needed this confirmation. Ning Qing shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Bai Yuqiao thought he had tacitly agreed. Ning Qing, I can continue to help you sell wine and do other things. Promise me, if my master comes, you must persuade my senior brother not to fall into Bai Yanqing's trap. Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Bring me 10 jars of iced wine first. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Ning Qing finished speaking, flicked his sleeves and strode away. Bai Yuqiao didn't hesitate. That night, she left the army camp and personally found someone to sell wine. Jun Yixie couldn't see any clues about this matter, but Jun Yixie might not agree, and also might not ask for Ning Qing's wine money. Bai Yuqiao was different. She would definitely help Ning Qing spend the banknote. And what Ning Qing wanted was these banknotes to flow out. As for whether Bai Yanqing would go to 100 Poisons sect or come to see Jun Yixie, Ning Qing wasn't completely sure. He was more inclined to believe that Bai Yanqing would go to 100 Poisons sect. The day was getting closer, but there was still no news from Bai Yanqing. How would he choose? Mo? It said that I've been typing names wrong a lot lately. Faint sadness. Chapter 945. The day of the challenge approached, but there was still no news from Bai Yanqing and no response from 100 Poisons sect. Even Han Yunxi was still unconscious. Tomorrow was the day of the challenge. Long Fei Ye's group had already arrived at Great Central Mountain, where 100 Poisons sect was located. Great Central Mountain was the tallest mountain in the eastern part of Western Zhou, and 100 Poisons sect ruled it. Although it was located within Western Zhou's borders, it wasn't under its jurisdiction. The Western Zhou imperial family couldn't do anything to 100 Poisons sect, so they had always avoided the issue. Only recently did Emperor Kongqing assume the role of Western Zhou's master, denouncing 100 Poisons sect and entertaining guests. After occupying Great Central Mountain, Hundred Poisons sect planted all kinds of poisonous plants and bred many poisonous creatures, mainly poisonous snake. It had to be said that Han Yunshi's group had chosen the right time to come. When winter came, most of the poisonous creatures would hide and hibernate, especially the poisonous snake. They had avoided a lot of trouble. All kinds of small palaces and pavilions could be found throughout Great Central Mountain. The main palace of Hundred Poisons sect, Hundred Poisons Temple, was located at the peak of Great Central Mountain. A stone staircase led from the foot of the mountain to Hundred Poisons Temple. At the foot of Great Central Mountain was Great Central Village. Because of Hundred Poisons sect, the villagers here relied on medicinal herbs for a living. They didn't sell herbs to Hundred Poisons sect, but rather to those who came to learn from their masters or to those who came to seek treatment for poisons. Hundred Poisons sect did all kinds of shady business, such as murder, robbery, and the sale of poisons. Occasionally, a disciple would treat someone's poison, but the fee was exorbitant. Of course, more importantly, they trained poison masters, poison humans, and poison corpses for Jun Yixie's use. Back when Han Yunxi exposed Jun Yixie's use of poison goo in Medical City, the city had sent many spies to infiltrate the Hundred Poisons sect to investigate the matter. Unfortunately, none of them had succeeded. The Wang clan of Medicine City, on Long Fei Ye's request, had sent a few spies, but they hadn't had the opportunity to come into contact with by Yanqing and his two disciples, so they hadn't been able to obtain much useful information. This was a place that couldn't be won by wits, only brute force. Long Fei Ye's group did not stay in Great Central Town. After arriving in secret, they stayed in a house on the northern outskirts of Great Central Town. This was the Wang clan's territory. Meanwhile, Emperor Kong Cheng was in the Great Central County town, about 10 li away from Great Central Village, receiving guests who had come to join in on the fun. Long Tianma had indeed come in person. It was almost noon, which meant that Long Fei Yi and the others had half a day less. However, Han Yunxi was still lying on the bed, motionless. After arriving at the mansion early in the morning, Long Fei Yi had been sitting beside Han Yunxi, holding her hand and interlocking their fingers until now. Gu Beiyue stood by the side, completely silent. If he had been holding on to hope along the way, he would have been able to remain calm. He would have shared Long Fei Ye's worries and made plans for the Hundred Poisons sect. But now, he was completely unable to think. Although he hadn't mentioned anything to Long Fei Yi, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Han Yunxi had never been unconscious for so long. All kinds of cultivation carried the risk of qi deviation, and the poison storage space was no exception. If Han Yunxi really did go mad, would she never wake up? Had Long Fei Yi ever wondered the same thing? By now, all of Cloud Realm Continent was anxiously waiting for the big show at Hundred Poisons sect. Many of its powers had gathered around the sect as well. It had been a long time since Cloud Realm Continent had been so lively, right? But these two men had long forgotten about the excitement. They only wanted Han Yunxi to wake up. It wasn't because she was the only one who could attack Hundred Poisons sect, but because she was the only one in their world. Time didn't stop, and soon it was noon. The food that Bailey Mingxiang had personally delivered was carried out untouched. Bailey Mingxiang stood by the door with her hands clasped in prayer. She had made the food, but didn't eat it herself. Whether it was the princess, His Highness, or Dr. Gu, she couldn't bear to look at them. By now, Su Donglin and Uncle Gao had returned. Su Donglin stood by the door and reported, "Your Highness, this subordinate and Uncle Gao went around town just then and saw a few familiar faces." If the princess wasn't unconscious, Su Donglin would have bypassed His Highness and let her guess who they were. But now that she was unconscious, he couldn't muster up the courage to act impudently. "It's Carefree City's City Lord Qi Zonglin and young City Lord Qi Yaotian. They've come to join in the fun too," Su Donglin reported. Long Fei Yi had been in a bad mood for the past few days. As soon as he heard the words, Carefree City, his temper flared. He suddenly stood up and dragged Han Yunshi's hand into the quilt. Then, he said to Gu Beiwei solemnly, "Protect her." After that, he left the room. "Lead the way," Lung Ling said to Su Donglin. Su Donglin was somewhat dazed. For a moment, he didn't understand what His Highness meant. Long Fei Ye's eyes were terrifyingly cold. He asked coldly, "Where is Qi Zonglin?" When he asked several experts to escort Han Yunshi back to the governor's residence from Heaven Mountain, Han Yunshi had been ambushed by the people of Carefree City on her way back. Qi Zonglin, as the mayor of a city, had led all the experts of Carefree City to besiege Han Yunshi, a weak woman who did not know any martial arts. He was not only bullying Han Yunshi but also insulting Han Yunshi's man. Him. If Gu hadn't arrived in time, God knew what Qi Zonglin would have done. It was unforgivable. Although he had declared that whoever dared to be friends with Qi Zonglin would be enemies with him, Long Feiyi, this couldn't be counted as revenge at all. He had been unable to find time to settle the score with Qi Zonglin in person. Now that Qi Zonglin had come knocking on his door, he couldn't be blamed for being in a bad mood. Under Su Donglin's guidance, Long Feiyi arrived at the entrance of a brothel in Great Central Town. "Your Highness, I saw the father and son of the Qi family enter," Su Donglin reported truthfully. "Call them out," Long Feiyi said indifferently. How could someone as obsessed with cleanliness as him enter a brothel? The only time he did so was to find Han Yunshi. He lowered his eyes and didn't even look at the brothel. "Yes, Your Highness." Su Donglin's voice was shaking. He knew very well that when His Highness was angry, the calmer his tone was, the more furious he was. Su Donglin couldn't imagine what would happen when he entered the brothel. Su Donglin quickly found Qi Yaotian. Qi Yaotian had been poisoned when he attacked Han Yunshi and couldn't detoxify the poison in time, so he could only cut off his arm. At this time, Qi Yaotian was standing by the railing on the second floor, looking at the singing and dancing in the lobby downstairs. His left arm was empty. Su Donglin walked forward and said politely, "Young hero, my master invites you." Qi Yaotian turned around and replied coldly, "Who?" People who were looking for him were either here to kill him for revenge or to invite him to kill someone. Qi Yaotian took Su Donglin's polite attitude as a business opportunity. "You'll know when you get there." Su Donglin didn't dare to tell the truth. If he told the truth, what if Qi Yaotian turned around and fled? He couldn't catch up to him, so where could he find him? When looking for an assassin to negotiate a business deal, Su Donglin was obviously misleading him on purpose. Sure enough, Qi Yaotian didn't ask any more questions. "Lead the way, please." Su Donglin finally let out a sigh of relief. Qi Yaotian didn't expect that the person looking for him would be standing at the entrance. He lowered his head. Although he had lost an arm, he was dressed as an assassin and had a cold expression. He was still intimidating. When he went down from the second floor, everyone took the initiative to make way for him. Outside the door, Long Feiyi had already attracted a lot of onlookers. What kind of scene was this? A man who angered men and gods alike, standing at the entrance of the brothel with a cold expression. Qi Yaotian was stunned when he saw Long Feiyi after walking out of the door. His body's reaction was faster than his brain's. His face turned pale as he turned around to flee. The body's reaction was faster than the brain's. This was called instinctive reaction. The people of Carefree City were afraid of Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi hadn't used his sword for a long time. However, even though Su Donglin was staring at him, he couldn't clearly see Qi Yaotian unsheathing his sword. Instead, he was blinded by the sword's radiance. When he looked again, Long Feiyi fiercely slashed his sword and cut off Qi Yaotian's empty sleeve. Qi Yaotian also couldn't clearly see Long Feiyi's move just now. However, he could feel that Long Feiyi's sword energy was terrifying. It was far from what he had seen before. How much had Long Feiyi's martial arts improved after he returned from Heaven Mountain? How could Qi Yaotian retaliate? He could only flee. However, he soon heard the whistling sound of sword energy. The moment he heard the whistling sound, his right arm was cut off. It was forcefully chopped off and blood splattered all over the ground. Qi Yaotian was already vexed after losing an arm. Now that his other arm was cut off, he didn't even have a sword hand. He suddenly roared and turned around to charge at Long Feiyi. At this time, he finally saw the trembling sword in Long Feiyi's hand pointing at his legs. So, Long Feiyi wanted to cut off his legs? No. Qi Yaotian immediately knelt down and loudly begged for mercy. Long Feiyi, Carefree City made things difficult for the Western Qin princess. We have never disrespected you. I beg you, please spare my life for the sake of our past cooperation. My Carefree City is willing to pledge loyalty to you from now on. At this time, the surrounding spectators finally learned of Long Feiyi's identity. They were all very surprised. No wonder this man was so eye-catching. So he was the East Qin Crown Prince, Long Feiyi. He was here. Where was the Western Qin Princess, Han Yunxi? Was she also here? Carefree City had bullied the Western Qin Princess. What was Long Feiyi doing? Was he avenging the Western Qin Princess? The two of them were burdened with national enmity and had long turned against each other. They had no choice but to cooperate this time. Just what did Long Feiyi mean by this? Everyone began to talk amongst themselves. Most of the spectators had come from all over Cloud Realm continent to watch the show. Long Feiyi didn't say a word. He was about to swing his sword a third time when Carefree City's city lord, Qi Zhonglin's voice rang out. Who dares to bully me just now? Qi Zhonglin had been enjoying himself in the comfort of his women when he heard the procuress say that Qi Yaotian had been beaten up at the door. He didn't ask for details before he rushed out. After all, anyone who could beat Qi Yaotian couldn't be weak. By the time Qi Zhonglin reached the door, he swallowed the rest of his words. He didn't even notice his son's injuries as he stared in shock at Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi wasn't so angry when he saw Qi Yaotian. At the sight of Qi Zhonglin, the flames in Long Fei's eyes burned fiercely. Chapter 946. Long Feiyi was about to swing his sword at Qi Yaotian, but the tip of his sword changed direction and slashed viciously at Qi Zhonglin. This time, everyone present could see his movements clearly, as well as the sword ray. The cold blue sword ray followed his movements and the sword Qi, accurately piercing through the brothel's door over Qi Zhonglin's head. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. In an instant, the large brothel rumbled as a long crack appeared in the middle. The three-story building was in imminent danger and could collapse at any moment. Everyone came out to watch the commotion. There weren't many people left in the brothel, so they all fled. Qi Zhonglin was completely unharmed, and it was precisely because of this that he was dumbfounded. He looked down at his feet and saw that the ground beneath his feet had also cracked open. Qi Zhonglin couldn't believe that he was completely unharmed in this situation, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. Just what level had Long Feiyi's swordsmanship reached? Just how powerful was his internal energy? How could he control his internal energy so precisely? It was said that Long Feiyi could already contend against Elder Kenzo back at Celestial Mountain. Then what about now? Was he already Cloud Realm's #1 expert, an unrivaled sovereign of the martial arts world? Why hadn't Long Feiyi's attack hurt him? Qi Zhonglin didn't have time to think. He hurriedly knelt before Long Feiyi and repeated Qi Yaotian's words. He wanted to surrender, submit, and serve. It wasn't that he lacked backbone as the city lord, but that Long Feiyi was too strong. At this level, it would only take him a day to destroy Carefree City all by himself. The Qi father and son had knelt in front of everyone and begged for mercy. Carefree City had lost all faith. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy Long Feiyi. Even killing the father and son wouldn't satisfy his anger. Besides, killing them would be letting them off too easily. Long Feiyi's face darkened as he pointed his sword at Qi Zhonglin. Driven to desperation, Qi Zonglin simply questioned, Long Fei Yi, why did you kill the old man? If you don't give the old man a reason, the old man will not accept it. Long Fei Yi hadn't said a word since the beginning, so he didn't care about Qi Zonglin at all. Qi Zonglin was clearly trying to find a way out for himself by asking this. He quickly said, if it's to take revenge for Han Yunshi, what qualifications do you have as the East Qin Crown Prince? Or are you and Han Yunshi still clinging to each other? As he spoke, he immediately sought the support of the surrounding people. Everyone, what do you think? Does the East Qin Crown Prince and the Western Qin Princess have some unspeakable secret? If Han Yunshi wants to take revenge on the old man, let her do it herself. The anger coming from Long Fei Yi made the surrounding people not dare approach, not to mention supporting Qi Zonglin. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only carefully hide it in their hearts. Su Donglin looked over in disbelief. It had been a long time since he had seen someone like Qi Zonglin who sought his own death. The words unspeakable secret were already harsh enough, but Qi Zonglin actually had the face to ask the princess to personally take revenge on him? After a group of men besieged a woman, they actually wanted the woman to seek revenge on them? What did this count for? Su Donglin couldn't help letting out a sigh. City Lord Qi, how can you bully a woman like this? Long Fei Yi did not waste words. He suddenly raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. It looked like a handsome movement and didn't have much killing power, but Qi Zonglin's clothes were instantly torn to pieces. Qi Yaotian kneeling beside Qi Zonglin was also affected by the sword Qi. His outer clothes were torn apart and he was only left with a thin undershirt. For a while, the crowd was silent. Just like Long Fei Ye's cold face, it was incomparably terrifying. The kneeling Qi Zonglin was completely naked, not covering anything at all. This body of old flesh made everyone forget that Qi Zonglin's body was not bad. Only when the women in the crowd screamed did everyone come back to their senses and understand what had just happened. Qi Zonglin quickly covered his vitals in fear. His old face was as red as blood and even his eyes were red. Su Donglin looked over and felt that the flesh on Qi Zonglin's face was much uglier than the old flesh on his body. Long Fei Yi, old man will fight it out with you. He rushed forward in a frenzy, but Long Fei raised his sword and pointed it at him. Qi Zonglin was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He actually forgot about his own sword, which had fallen to the side. Instead, he tried to use his bare hands to block Long Fei's blade. Because of his anger, Long Fei's sword was filled with sword qi. Forget about touching it, even getting close to it would hurt him. Qi Yaotian finally recovered his wits and rushed over to grab his father. Unfortunately, his hands were useless, so he could only knock his father aside. As Qi Zonglin crashed to the ground, Qi Yaotian cried out, "Father, let's go!" Qi Yaotian could tell that Long Fei Yi didn't want to kill them, but humiliate them. If they didn't leave now, they'd soon become the laughingstock of Great Central Village. All of Cloud Realm Continent was paying attention to 100 Poisons sect now, so Great Central Village was the most sensitive place. Anything that happened here, big or small, would spread immediately. Carefree City would become the laughingstock of the world before 100 Poisons sect's show even started. Moreover, if they stayed any longer, what if Long Fei Yi changed his mind? With Long Fei Ye's current strength, killing the father and son duo would only take a single thought. Qi Zonglin finally recovered his wits and threw himself at a nearby person, trying to steal his clothes. That person hastily backed away while Qi Zonglin threw himself at an old man. The old man was only a commoner, so he was scared stiff in place and couldn't move. Fortunately, Su Donglin pulled him away in time. Seeing this, the onlookers scattered in all directions, afraid that they'd be too late. Qi Zonglin was even more wretched than a street rat. He was about to flee when Long Fei Yi called him back. "Qi Zonglin, Both Qi Zonglin and Qi Yaotian jumped in fright and didn't dare to look back. Long Feiyi said, "This crown prince is avenging the princess of Western Qin. This is to show our sincerity in cooperating." So speaking, Long Feiyi turned to leave without waiting for Qi Zonglin and his son to escape. How could this father and son die? He had to let them live on and accept the world's humiliation. He could use this chance to tell the world that no matter what his relationship with Han Yunshi was or what his stance was, anyone who bullied Han Yunshi wouldn't have a good ending. Qi Zonglin was an ambitious and ruthless character in the world of assassins, but his reputation was ruined just like that. After today, who would be willing to hire Carefree City's assassins? Who would still want to work with Qi Zonglin? Even Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi's rivals would probably look down on Qi Zonglin. No one in the history of Cloud Realm Continent had ever been humiliated like this. This scene was simply the prelude to the 100 Poisons sect drama. By the time Long Feiyi shook off his pursuers and returned to his residence in the northern suburbs, news of the joke had already reached Great Central County and spread to every corner of Cloud Realm Continent. What a delightful revenge, what a joke. Unfortunately, Han Yunshi had no idea. At this moment, she was still lying quietly on the bed. Her face was bare, but still breathtakingly beautiful. No one would ever get tired of looking at her. Those who didn't know the situation would only assume that she was sleeping. As long as Long Feiyi called her gently, she'd wake up. Who knew how many times Long Feiyi had called her over the past few nights? Long Feiyi didn't say a word the entire way back from Great Central County. Without Han Yunshi waking up, his mood wouldn't improve no matter how much he vented. Gu Beiwei had no interest in Carefree City's affairs, so he didn't ask Long Feiyi and Su Donglin anything when they returned. Outside, the skies grew dark. It was already night. Great Central County, Western Zhou, and all of Cloud Realm Continent were in an uproar. Only this small house remained silent. Its silence was enough to silence the entire Cloud Realm Continent. By now, all of 100 Poisons sect had heard of the news. In place of Jun Yixie and Bai Yuqiao was a senior member of the 100 Poisons sect's Council of Elders. He was also an outstanding talent in the poison world, Shi Jiuxia. Elder Shi, we've made some inquiries. Today's incident in Great Central County was indeed caused by Long Feiyi. Our spies in town have all lost track of him. Now we're not sure if Long Feiyi came alone or with Han Yunshi, the scout reported. Didn't they say that the young general of the Bailey army is staying in Great Central County? Long Feiyi isn't there? Shi Jiuxia asked. He didn't blame the scout, because few people in the world could track down Long Feiyi. Nope. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people are in Great Central County as well. This subordinate has sent people to investigate, but Han Yunshi isn't there either, the scout replied. Shi Jiuxia began to mutter to himself. Could it be that the two of them are really in cahoots? Great Central County had plenty of honored guests, but 100 Poisons sect had no plans to make a move. After all, they weren't their targets, so there was no need for them to seek trouble at a time like this. Moreover, Shi Jiuxia still couldn't figure out Emperor Kong Cheng's motives for such a high-profile move. He couldn't help but worry that Long Feiyi and Western Zhou's emperor were putting on a show. If they acted rashly, they'd fall into a trap. Of course, Shi Jiuxia couldn't make a decision on such a big matter. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi had come for the old sect leader, but there was still no news of him. No one in 100 Poisons sect knew of his whereabouts. Shi Jiuxia had already sent no less than 10 urgent messages to the current sect leader, Jun Yixie, but Jun Yixie hadn't replied a word. Shi Jiuxia had tried to contact Bai Yuqiao, but couldn't get in touch with him. It was already late at night. Tomorrow noon would be Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi's challenge, so he didn't know what to do. Was the old sect leader coming or not? After all, Long Fei Ye's actions today at Great Central County meant that he might join forces with Han Yunshi to destroy Hundred Poisons sect if the old sect leader didn't show up. The more sure Jiuxia thought, the more nervous he grew. Although he'd already ordered for the Hundred Poisons sect to be surrounded, he was still afraid to face the #1 expert of the Wuling world and the leader of the Poisons community. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. Far away in Great Central County, Long Tianma had just finished his meeting with Emperor Kong Qing and returned to his rooms. Ever since the battle with the Ning clan troops, the Tian'an and Western Zhou had both laid down their flags and ceased all activities. They didn't show their faces in Cloud Realm Continent's affairs. But this time, it wasn't Emperor Kong Qing who took the lead, but Shi Jiuxia and Emperor Kong Qing working together in private. Emperor Kong Qing agreed to use his name as the host to invite the world's nobles and heroes to Western Zhou. Shi Jiuxia promised Emperor Kong Qing that if Eastern and Western Qin were to fight against Northern Li in the future, Western Zhou and Tian'an would advance and retreat together. Emperor Kong Qing's actions might very well offend Eastern and Western Qin. He was only willing to cooperate because Long Tianma had given him a huge benefit. This benefit was related to Chapter 947. Long Tianma's gift to Emperor Kong Qing involved Western Zhou's trump card, the Chu clan troops. Years ago, the Chu clan had betrayed Western Zhou's imperial clan and sought refuge with Tianning. The two elders of the Chu clan had mobilized their troops for a civil war that broke free from Western Zhou's control. This was the main reason why Western Zhou had fallen from being a major power in the West to its current state in just a few short years. However, after the Chu clan broke away from Western Zhou, Ning Qing had dealt them a vicious blow. Not only did they fail to take over Tianning, they failed to establish themselves as the hegemon of a region and suffered disastrous losses. Afterwards, Chu Tianning listened to Gu Beiyue's plan and pretended to surrender to Western Zhou. This gave Western Zhou a chance to ally with the Tian'an and launch a pincer attack against Ning Qing. That battle had forced Ning Qing to use the red coat cannons he'd set up to defend Northern Li. Although Ning Qing had won 2 battles against both Western Zhou and Tian'an, he'd still gained the upper hand and won 2 battles. However, the Ning clan army had also suffered a blow because of this. Otherwise, the Ning clan army wouldn't have suffered defeat after defeat in the battle with the Bailey army not long ago. Northern Li hadn't participated in the war because of the horse plague, while Long Fei Ye's commander-in-chief's estate in the south-central regions was the true fisherman. Western Zhou and Tian'an were separated by Tianning, but Chu Tianning had risked Ning Qing's pursuit to forge an alliance. But now Long Tianma was using the Chu clan troops as bait to ally with Emperor Kong Qing. What would Chu Tianning think if he found out? Long Tianma's gift to Emperor Kong Qing was Long Tianma gaining control of a powerful deputy general in the Chu clan troops named Wei Mingshi. The 7 noble families had limited clansmen, so the Chu clan, Ning clan, and Bailey army were all led by clansmen. They would then recruit capable men and buy horses. Wei Mingshi was one of the generals Chu Yuni had spent a lot of money to recruit. He'd raised the man himself and personally taught him archery skills. The last time Chu Tianning had pretended to surrender, the Emperor of Qin had no choice but to give him a lot of military power in order to protect the eastern border. Now, the Chu family had once again taken control of the military power in Western Zhou. After the war, Emperor Kong Qing had a headache for several days trying to regain his military authority. Long Tianma's recommendation of this person was both a show of goodwill to Emperor Kong Qing and a threat to him. Long Tianma controlled Wei Mingshi, which meant that Long Tianma could make a large portion of the Chu clan's army betray him at any time. They could betray Western Zhou, or they could betray Chu Tianning. As soon as Long Tianma returned to the room, Mu Qingwu, who had been waiting at the tea table for a long time, immediately stood up. "Your Majesty, how is it?" Although Long Tianma and the Mu family were master and servant, they were more like allies. Without the Mu family, Long Tianma's regime would have collapsed long ago. Although he had been the crown prince since he was a child, he'd been ill for years without much training. How was a young man like him supposed to deal with the unpredictable changes in Cloud Realm continent over the past few years? Actually, the straightforward and upright Mu Qingwu was even less of a match. The true controller of Tianning's political power was General Mu. Today, Long Tianma and Emperor Kongqing had a secret meeting. Long Tianma had formally handed Wei Mingshi over to the emperor. From tonight onward, Wei Mingshi would no longer be loyal to Long Tianma, but to Emperor Kongqing. Emperor Kongqing had promised to keep this a secret no matter what happened. Kongqing agreed. Everything went smoothly, Long Tianma murmured. Mu Qingwu nodded. Then I'll send a messenger hawk back immediately. My father must be anxious from waiting. A complicated look flickered past Long Tianma's eyes before he took Mu Qingwu's hand. Mu Qingwu gave a start before his gaze turned complicated as well. He could guess what Long Tianma wanted to ask. Your Majesty, this soldier really doesn't know anything about this. This soldier only found out a few days ago that Wei Mingshi was one of my father's men, Mu Qingwu replied honestly. Then do you know anything else? Long Tianma asked coldly. If General Mu's hands could reach into the Chu clan's troops, then what about the other armies? Did General Mu have other spies in the Northern Dynasty's Emperor's cavalry, Jun Yixie's cavalry barracks, the Ning clan troops, and even the Bailey army? Long Tianma had always respected General Mu, but he couldn't help but be on guard this time. Just how deep were the foundations of the Mu family? Why was General Mu hiding his true strength? Was General Mu, this old fox with hidden depths, truly sincere in helping Tianning's imperial clan? Or did he have ulterior motives? Mu Qingwu could clearly sense Long Tianma's anger and wariness in his tone. I don't know if there are any, Mu Qingwu replied truthfully. Long Tianma suddenly grabbed Mu Qingwu by the collar and said angrily, Do you father and son take Zhen as a 3-year-old child? Mu Qingwu didn't struggle. Your Majesty, this soldier has never lied to Your Majesty. Long Tianma calmed down at his words. He had always known Mu Qingwu's temperament and Mu Qingwu's character. When Mu Qingwu had pretended to get close to him, it was to investigate the embezzlement case of the disaster relief grain. After finding out that the case was the imperial uncle's doing and not the Eastern Palace's, Mu Qingwu and Long Tianma gradually became a monarch and subject who could talk about anything. Although they weren't friends, their relationship had long surpassed that. Mu Qingwu's words had calmed Long Tianma down because Mu Qingwu had spoken the truth. Mu Qingwu's words implied that he hadn't lied to Long Tianma yet, but he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't in the future. He could only listen to his father. Long Tianma flung his hand aside. Why does your father want to get involved in the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin and the Wind clan? You should know that, right? Mu Qingwu still shook his head helplessly. He had to admit that his father's actions had frightened him. Long Tianma was angry, but so was he. It was just that he hid everything in the bottom of his heart. He was the only son of the Mu family and the sole heir to the Mu family army. But his father still treated him like an outsider and hid everything from him. What was he? Long Tianma couldn't calm the sullen anger in his heart. He flicked his sleeves and was about to leave when Mu Qingwu stopped him. Your Majesty, although this place is far from the 100 Poisons sect, it's still not safe. He stopped Long Tianma and walked out of the door. Your Majesty, rest early. With a bang, Long Tianma slammed the door shut and headed for the tea table, only to see a booklet on the table. When he opened it up, he saw that it was a letter from General Mu urging him to spread his bloodline for the Imperial Long clan as soon as possible. Long Tianma sneered. He hadn't taken a concubine since he ascended the throne, and he had never touched Mu Luiyue. Was General Mu standing up for his daughter? Based on the current situation, once Mu Luiyue became pregnant with the dragon seed, he might become the late emperor. He would never repeat his imperial father's mistake. Long Tianma immediately called for the guards outside. Send orders back and prepare to take a concubine. If he wanted to produce more offspring for the imperial family, then he had to be fair. Mu Luiwe wanted to have a child, right? Let's rely on our own skills. Long Tianma threw the memorial to the floor and angrily sat down at the tea table. As he raged, the image of a serious, focused face surfaced in his mind. It had been a long time since he'd seen Han Yunshi. The deepest impression he had of her was her expression when she took his pulse. He never knew that a woman could be so serious and so beautiful. Was she here already? Would she be happy that Long Fei Yi had avenged her in Great Central Town today? Just what was her relationship with Long Fei Yi now? He had worshipped and revered Imperial Uncle Qin since he was a child. Now that he knew the man wasn't a member of the Tianning Imperial clan, he didn't hate him or denounce him. Instead, he admired him even more. For no other reason than the fact that the Eastern and Western Qin Imperial clan was the noblest in Cloud Realm continent. Their bloodlines were of the highest order. Han Yunshi was Imperial Uncle Qin's woman and his Imperial aunt, so he didn't dare to think too much about it. Now Han Yunshi had nothing to do with him and was Long Fei Ye's enemy. Still, he didn't dare to think too much about it. After all, she was born in the Western Qin Imperial clan. The only one worthy of her was Long Fei. Was the Tian an emperor's sleepless nights for the sake of his country, or for the sake of his love life? Mu Qingwu personally stood guard outside the door, arms crossed over his chest as he stood like a sturdy pine tree. However, that pair of eyes that had always been bright and full of vigor had unknowingly lost their luster. Was his sleepless nights for the sake of the army, or for the sake of his beloved woman? As the night grew darker, the northern winds whistled. Winter had already descended upon Cloud Realm continent. Northern Li's weather was the coldest of all. Currently, Ning Cheng was warming up wine in his tent. Even if he was drinking by himself, he could still drink to his heart's content. He was in a good mood because Bai Yuqiao's business was progressing smoothly. In less than a day, Bai Yuqiao had already bought 3 jugs. With Bai Yuqiao's skills, he'd probably be able to buy 10 jugs in the next few days and spend half of his silver draft. He'd tampered with each of the banknotes so that Northern Li's trade consortium members would recognize them and hand them over to Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders. Once the news got out, he'd be able to continue competing with Jun Yixie without fear of repercussions. Thinking of this, Ning Cheng's single eye slowly blossomed into a sinister smile in the dusk, adding a hint of resolute evil to his cold and arrogant face. Now, he just had to wait for news from 100 Poisons sect tomorrow. Jun Yixie was also in his tent, drinking by himself. He hadn't left his tent for a day, and Bai Yuqiao had also been guarding outside the door for a day. Both of them were waiting, not for news from 100 Poisons sect, but for news from their master. Would their master go to 100 Poisons sect, or come to Northern Li's Milky Way? Jun Yixie raised his wine cup high, toasting to the bright moon outside the window. His heart was toward the moon, but the moon was toward the ditch. He told himself that if his master didn't come tomorrow, then their master-disciple relationship would be over. A group of people in Three-Way Black Market were also waiting for news tomorrow, except for 2 people who didn't pay much attention to 100 Poisons sect. These 2 people were none other than Tang Li and Gu. Gu had already inquired about Deacon Jin's whereabouts in Willow Flower Lane. Someone saw Deacon Jin fighting with Uncle Cheng behind a brothel, but the outcome was unclear. Someone else saw Deacon Jin buying a carriage and leaving from the north gate of Three-Way Black Market. Uncle Cheng must have colluded with Deacon Jin to kidnap Ning Jing and the others. Tang Li said angrily. North. Gu pondered. Tang Li was shocked. Could they? Chapter 948. Are they going to seek refuge with Jun Yixie? Tang Li asked in shock. Gu rolled his eyes at him. Jun Yixie can't afford it. Jun Yixie couldn't repay Deacon Jin's debt, but Kangon Bank would pursue the matter to the end. Kangon Bank's influence in the business world couldn't be underestimated. Who wouldn't be wary of it? Gu couldn't imagine how many people would feel the same heartache as he did if the fact that Kangon Bank belonged to Long Fei Yi was exposed one day. For now, Long Fei Yi didn't need Kangon Bank to directly involve itself in the battle between the various powers. After all, the business world and the military world couldn't be completely intertwined. This was considered a backup plan. Tang Li was silent for a while. Suddenly, he grabbed Gu's hand tightly and said in shock, "Are we going to sell them to Wintercrow Kingdom as slaves?" Gu didn't even want to roll his eyes. He asked coldly, "How much can they be worth if they're sold to Wintercrow Kingdom? I might as well sell them to the Tang sect." Gu had only recently figured out the relationship between Tang Li and Long Fei Yi. After that, the more time he spent with Tang Li, the more he couldn't believe that Long Fei Yi had such a stupid younger brother. "Then where are we going to find them?" Tang Li wasn't stupid. He was just on the verge of a mental breakdown and couldn't think properly. Gu was also frustrated. How were they going to find them in such a big place if they were to head north? Mu Ling had always been the one chasing him everywhere. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be chasing Mu Ling. He couldn't find them the first time he chased them. It turned out that the feeling of not being able to catch someone wasn't very good. "Let's go. We're heading north too." Gu made a prompt decision. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well chase after them. Perhaps they could find something. Mu Linger and Ning Jing were not stupid. They would find a way to leave some clues behind. If he remembered correctly, Mu Linger seemed to have told him a few years ago. When she searched for him all over the world, she would leave a mark wherever she went. Gu told this to Tang Li. Tang Li was overjoyed and quickly asked, "What mark?" Unexpectedly, Gu thought about it seriously for a long time before saying, "I forgot." Tang Li was so angry that he almost scolded Gu. "Let's look for it first. Let's split up and search." Although there were many roads to the north of the three-way black market, there were only two general directions. One was west of the three-way battlefield, northwest of the three-way black market. The other was east of the three-way black market, northeast of the three-way black market. Northwest of the three-way black market was the border between western Zhou and northern Li. It was a war-torn place. After crossing the border, there were many roads. One of the roads to the northwest led to Heavenly River City, where Ning Cheng's troops were stationed. Northeast of the three-way black market was the border between Tian'an and northern Li. It was a desolate place filled with towering mountains and steep mountain paths. Past the mountains was the east of northern Li, where the water plants were the most fertile. "Deal." Gu agreed. "I'll go east. Then I'll go northwest. Let's keep in touch if anything happens," Tang Li said seriously. The two of them each led a group of subordinates and left the three-way black market that very night. Before leaving, Gu asked his subordinates, "Have all the poison corpses arrived?" When he had rescued Poison Girl from Liberty City, he had mobilized a large group of poison corpses. Back then, he had even asked Qi Zonglin whether his poison corpses were stronger or Long Fei Ye's shadow guard was stronger. This time, he could finally let Long Fei Yi see with his own eyes whether the shadow guard or the poison corpses were stronger. Thinking of this, Gu's lips curled into a smug smile. Yes, he did not know that his poison girl was still unconscious to this day. It was very, very uncertain how the battle at 100 Poisons sect would turn out. Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean were naturally paying attention to the events at 100 Poisons sect. However, the two of them did not reveal anything to Ning Jing and Mu Ling. "Stop the car." Mu Ling-er's loud voice broke the silence of the night. Veins were popping out on Uncle Cheng's forehead. On the way, Mu Ling-er had been making all sorts of demands just because she was pregnant. Not only had she asked for a lot of things, she had even complained about them in all sorts of ways. She had simply gone from bad to worse. Uncle Cheng did not have a good impression of her to begin with, and he hated her even more for secretly leaving him a piece of cloth last time. If Deacon Jean had not stopped him, it would have been strange if Uncle Cheng had not made things difficult for Mu Ling. Last time, Deacon Jean had said that Mu Ling and the child in her belly were his hostages. If anything happened to them, he would no longer work for Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng could only let him be. Mu Ling complained that the carriage was too hard and wanted a comfortable cushion. 3 days later, when they passed by a town, Deacon Jean really did find one for her. Mu Ling requested to drink a bowl of hot soup every day. Deacon Jean really would leave alone every evening and go to the nearby villages and towns to find one for her. Sometimes, when he could not find one, he would hunt some wild animals and cook them himself. Mu Ling wrote a prescription to prevent miscarriage. She wrote down a total of 20 Chinese medicinal herbs, including some expensive ones. Deacon Jean immediately asked Uncle Cheng for money and found everything for her. He stopped the carriage, boiled the soup, and sent it to the carriage area. Those who did not know would really think that Deacon Jean was the child's father. "Stop the carriage," Deacon Jean said in a low voice. Uncle Cheng, who was driving the carriage, immediately became angry. What is she trying to do in the middle of the night? "Jean Z, are you really the child's father? Stop the carriage." Deacon Jin's tone was much heavier. Under his bangs, his dark eyes were cold and deep, full of warning. Uncle Cheng was puzzled. Ever since the incident with the cloth strip, he did not know what Mu Ling and Deacon Jean had talked about. This guy had always been gloomy, and his mood had not improved since then. Could it be that this guy had taken a fancy to Mu Ling? Uncle Cheng quickly rejected this idea. Mu Ling was the real culprit behind Deacon Jin's debt, and Mu Ling's belly. How could Deacon Jean take a fancy to her? Or maybe he just wanted to take care of her and protect the baby so that he could bargain with Gu. When Uncle Cheng stopped the carriage, Ning Jing immediately felt much more comfortable. She had to stay in bed, so she did not get out of the carriage much. As a result, she often got carsick and needed to stop to rest. This situation was becoming more and more frequent. Every time she could not help it, Mu Ling would make up all kinds of reasons to stop the carriage to give her some time to adjust. "I want to vomit." As soon as Mu Ling finished speaking, she leaned against the window and vomited. Ning Jing leaned against the window and laughed secretly. She did not realize that she had been talking and laughing with Mu Ling for a long time. Ever since she was young, she had never been so close, even with her own sister. Uncle Cheng sat motionless, and Deacon Jean lowered his eyes and did not move. Mu Ling vomited for a while, then leaned against the window in exhaustion. Hearing no movement, Uncle Cheng was about to set off, but Mu Ling stopped him. "Let's rest tonight. I really can't take it any more." Before Uncle Cheng could say anything, Deacon Jean said in a deep voice, "Let's go." They were on the run, hurrying and not sightseeing. Mu Ling anxiously wanted to take the medicine. Among the medicines that she had asked Ning Ching to prepare, there were some that could cause mild poisoning and vomiting. Otherwise, how could she have fooled them along the way? "Don't take it any more. I'm really fine." Ning Jing stopped her. "I'm fine too. You don't look so good today." "Don't force yourself," Mu Ling said seriously. "I'm really fine." Ning Jing's face was serious. "I won't fight with you with the child's life." Mu Ling compromised this time. After putting on a show of protest, she slammed the window shut. "Ling Deacon Jean is acting strangely towards you." Ning Jing had been observing for a long time. Although Deacon Jean did not admit his identity, she was sure that she just could not guess who the old man was. "What's so strange about him?" Mu Ling asked. "He's very nice to you." Ning Jing's eyes narrowed. "He wouldn't have taken a fancy to you, would he?" As soon as she said that, Mu Ling almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She covered her mouth and snickered. "Ning Jing, Tang Li is the one who treats you well." Deacon Jean is afraid that something will happen to my belly and he won't be able to get the ransom. If he really liked me, he would have stopped the car long ago. Mu Ling sighed. But those who have a bottom line have ulterior motives. They're not really good. Ning Jing, who was extremely difficult to convince, was convinced by Mu Ling. Ning Jing gently stroked her slightly bulging belly under her skirt. She thought of Tang Li and how good Tang Li was. Did Tang Li's kindness have a bottom line? Suddenly, she missed him so much, the mountain forest was silent. The wheels of the carriages rumbled as they gradually moved north. Unknowingly, the sky in the east began to turn white. The sky was bright. How many people in 100 Poisons Sect and Great Central County were looking at the same sky? Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei stayed by Han Yunxi's side for another night. There was only half a day left before the challenge. What should they do? The room was so quiet that it was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, a series of hurried knocks on the door broke the silence. Your Highness, something big has happened. Something very big. Your Highness, quickly open the door. Your Highness, Bai Yanqing has shown up. Su Donglin wouldn't have dared to disturb them if it wasn't something serious. However, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei were indifferent. Long Fei Yi was still looking at Han Yunxi gently. Gu Beiwei sat in the outer room with a deathly stillness. It was only when Su Donglin told them the big news that the two of them were shocked. Su Donglin said, Bai Yanqing has accepted the challenge. He's even set up a banquet at the foot of 100 Poisons Sect's mountain and invited guests from all over to be the witnesses for today's challenge. Your Highness, the people in Great Central County are all heading towards 100 Poisons Sect. When Gu Beiwei walked out, Su Donglin finally let out a sigh of relief. If the two of them still didn't come out, he was really afraid that they would have fainted like the princess. What's Bai Yanqing's motive for doing this? Gu Beiwei asked calmly. Bai Yanqing clearly knew that he wouldn't be able to fight against Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi together, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped last time. Without hostages in his hands, it was uncertain whether he would show himself or not. Who would have thought that not only would he show himself, he would even summon all the spectators with such fanfare? What was he planning to do? Could it be that his poison storage space is stronger than the princess? Su Donglin asked worriedly. Gu Beiwei was also worried. He only knew that the poison storage space was at the 3rd level, but didn't know much about it. If Bai Yanqing advanced to the 3rd level, how much stronger would he be compared to the princess? Gu Beiwei looked back and saw that Long Fei Yi still hadn't come out. He sighed softly and fell silent again. If the princess didn't wake up, no matter how big the matter was, he wouldn't be able to call out Long Fei Yi. Su Donglin also fell silent, waiting at the door with Gu Beiwei as time passed. It was getting closer to noon, and 100 Poisons Sect was already very lively. Momo is away on a business trip for the annual meeting. I'll be updating every day for the next few days. Chapter 949. There were only 2 more hours until noon. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had jointly issued a challenge to Bai Yanqing. Logically speaking, they should have been at the 100 Poisons Sect's gates by now. However, at this time, everyone had arrived except for the two of them. Bai Yanqing had ordered people to set up a grand banquet in front of the 100 Poisons Sect's gates and invite all the guests. He even set up a stage for the competition. No matter what medicine he had up his sleeves, his methods were even more ruthless than Emperor Kong Cheng's. This way, every detail of the competition, including every word he, Long Fei Yi, and Han Yunxi had exchanged, would be made public. Everyone present would bear witness to the competition. Not only would they bear witness to the outcome, but also to the cause of the civil war in the Great Qin Empire. Smart people could tell that Bai Yanqing wasn't just setting up a stage for the competition, but also to clarify the cause of the civil war. The 2 sides of the stage were filled with guests. Of course, everyone was afraid that the 100 Poisons sect would take advantage of the situation to harm them, but they couldn't back down now that they'd received an invitation. Otherwise, they'd be laughed at. Moreover, the 100 Poisons sect wouldn't openly make an enemy of the entire world or do anything despicable in such a large venue. As a result, Western Zhou and Tian didn't come in person, but sent their own representatives instead. Emperor Kongqing sent the head of the Imperial Guards and his personal bodyguard, Commander Wang. Long Tianma sent none other than Mu Qingwu. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders, the Bailey Army's young General Bailey Qiu, representatives from Medical City, Medicine City, and a few other Jianghu factions and aristocratic families were all present. At this moment, everyone was whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. What's going on? Are the East Qin Crown Prince and Western Qin Princess playing us for fools? They won't come, right? Hee, what a joke. I knew it. How could East and Western Qin cooperate? They're playing us like monkeys. As I see it, this can't be fake. 100 Poisons sect had already set up the stage, so how could it be fake? There's an 80% chance that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi are scared. Of course, the people who said these words were the forces of the underworld, the aristocrats, and the Eastern and Western Qin factions. Although they looked calm, they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Last night, they had been trying to contact Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Unfortunately, they couldn't find them. After worrying all night, they couldn't help but wonder if Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi would come. Long Fei and Han Yunxi weren't just toying with the rest of the world. They were even toying with their own people. The time was getting closer and closer, but there was still no sign of him. Even though it was a cold day, many people were sweating from anxiety. Even Su Donglin didn't believe it? Bailey Qiu asked his subordinate in a low voice. No, I've already sent people to look for him. Young General, could something have happened to His Highness? His subordinate asked worriedly. What could have happened to His Highness? Bailey Qiu scolded unhappily. Right now, he was most worried that Han Yunxi had bewitched His Highness and left this mess behind to run off to the ends of the world. Only his father and himself knew the truth between His Highness and Han Yunxi. It had to be said that Han Yunxi was very innocent. Over at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, a few elders were suspecting Han Yunxi as well. The princess was the one who suggested the cooperation. What does it mean to leave everyone here? Myriad Merchant Hall is being too careless, isn't it? It's fine if the princess is willful, but they're following suit? If Master Ning was here, this wouldn't have happened. Just where is the princess? She won't really not come, right? Yesterday, that East Qin Crown Prince humiliated Qi Zonglin like a dog, and even said he was avenging the princess. There are rumors everywhere now. Could the East Qin Crown Prince have taken the princess away? As the time drew nearer, everyone grew impatient. The discussions grew more and more heated until they were soon filled with discontent. The cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin really is out of the ordinary. They've fooled everyone. Isn't that so? Isn't Han Yunxi a direct descendant of the Poison sect? What did she hide as soon as 100 Poisons sect accepted the challenge? Aya, how is this fooling people? Are they joining forces to hide in their shells like turtles? The world was so big, so there were bound to be a few dregs who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two masters who'd spoken were from unknown origins, but their voices were especially loud. Bailey Qiu couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and said loudly, "The East Qin Crown Prince arrived at Great Central Village yesterday and is on his way here. As for the Western Qin Princess..." Bailey Qiu didn't finish before he shot a provocative look at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Although Bailey Qiu was impulsive, he was still a schemer. His words were to tell the crowd that the East Qin Crown Prince was already here and didn't shrink back. Instead, he pushed the blame onto the Western Qin Princess. Secondly, he wanted to sound out the Western Qin people. Perhaps they knew where His Highness and the Western Qin princess were and whether they were coming or not. Unfortunately, Bailey Chiu had underestimated the situation and overestimated his own intelligence. How could a mere soldier like him beat the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium who'd been in the business world for years? Second elder sneered. Echoing Bailey Chiu's words, he said, "The West Qin princess came with your highness. Why, isn't the young general aware?" Apart from the people of Myriad Merchant Hall, no one else present actually knew about this. Second elder's words were a cut above Bailey Chiu's. First, he wanted to tell the crowd that Han Yunxi was already here and didn't shrink back. Second, Han Yunxi was traveling with the Long Fei Yi. If anything happened to her or if she went missing, then the Long Fei Yi would bear more responsibility as a man. Third, he wanted to sound out the East Qin people. Perhaps they knew what had happened between the Long Fei Yi and the princess. Would they come or not? But as soon as Second Elder finished speaking, Bailey Chiu lost his temper and demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Everyone had been paying attention to them to begin with, but now the crowd fell silent. Seeing Bailey Chiu's reaction, Second Elder's eyes flashed with calculation before he smiled. "That's exactly what I mean. Does the young general not understand human speech?" In such a big occasion, if the dignified Bailey Army's young general made a fool of himself, said something out of line, or did something out of line, then the Bailey Army's reputation would be ruined. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi desperately hoped that the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin all those years ago was a misunderstanding and that today would be the beginning of peace. But the people from both camps didn't think so. They were here to confront each other and push all the blame for the civil war on the other side. Everyone in both camps was eager to use this opportunity to humiliate the other side and turn them into a laughingstock. As expected, Bailey Chiu couldn't take the provocation and stood up with a slap on the table. "I dare you to say that again." The second elder snorted lightly and didn't continue to respond. Bailey Chiu immediately picked up his weapon and prepared to charge over. But as soon as he took his first step, a familiar voice came from the silent crowd. "Young General, it's rare for friends from all walks of life to gather here today. Let's give everyone some face and talk things out." Following the voice, the speaker was another young general, the Tian and Emperor's representative, Mu Qingguo. The goaded Bailey Chiu immediately understood what was going on. The fury in his heart flared even more, but he held it in this time. Everyone was waiting for His Highness and the princess. Who knew what would happen? If he made the first move, Western Qin would definitely make a big deal out of it. Not only would they become a laughingstock in Hundred Poisons sect, but they would also become the laughingstock of the world. His sin would be too great. Mu Qingwu's words were too clever. Not only did they remind Bailey Chiu, but they also gave him a way out. Bailey Chiu generously put down his sword and bowed to Mu Qingwu. "All right, let's focus on the bigger picture." But as soon as Bailey Chiu sat down, the Hundred Poisons sect guards burst into laughter. "Dogs are the ones who don't understand human speech, aren't they?" A figure flew out from the crowd and landed in front of the stage. This person was in his 50s. He had a small goatee and wore a long gray robe. He was very low-key, but it couldn't hide his innate nobility. When he laughed, he gave off a sense of unfettered arrogance. No one knew who he was, but one thing was for sure. He was from Hundred Poisons sect. I didn't expect the Bailey army to have such a cowardly soldier." He looked at Bailey Chiu and laughed even more savagely. "But it doesn't matter. You're not the most cowardly one. The most cowardly one is Long Fei Yi." This time, Bailey Chiu didn't care whether this person was mocking him or trying to goad him. He immediately raised his sword and jumped out of his seat. "Who do you think you are? Come and fight me if you dare. Whether you're a coward or not, we'll know once we fight." Someone like you doesn't deserve to fight, old man. There's still 2 hours left. Old man will stand here and watch how Long Fei Yi is cowardly. Everyone, take a look too. When he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped into the air and landed on the stage with his hands behind his back. He stood as steady as a pine tree. For a moment everyone was shocked. Bailey Chiyu's face paled. Did this old man mean to stand on the stage and wait for Long Feiyi to come? So he was, by Yanqing. Mu Qingwu muttered to himself. The scene quickly quieted down. Bailey Chiyu didn't dare to act rashly, but he didn't embarrass Long Feiyi. He quickly recovered and glared. By Yanqing, just you wait. Wait for His Highness to deal with you. Bai Yanqing didn't argue with Bailey Chiyu and just snorted disdainfully. He stood still on the stage and looked around. His gaze was fixed on the intersection in front of him. He would wait. These days, he had been tracking Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's whereabouts, but to no avail. He was also very curious as to why Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi hadn't shown up yet. No one knew, but he hoped more than anyone else that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi would appear today. Even if Gu Beiwei was no longer in his hands, he could still defeat Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. Last time at Black Tower was an accident, but this time, it definitely was. He had waited for this day for far too long. Silence reigned over the large crowd. Almost everyone was seeing Bai Yanqing for the first time, so they were both shocked and curious. But none of them dared to talk about it. There were only 2 hours left. Could Bai Yanqing wait for Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi? Right now, Han Yunxi had just opened her eyes. Chapter 950. Han Yunxi slowly opened her eyes, filled with bewilderment. Her consciousness wasn't clear at all. This time, she didn't enter the poison storage space like before. Instead, she was completely exhausted and her mind was in a state of chaos. Still, she could sense Lil Thing's presence amidst the chaos. She could sense that it was much stronger than before. She didn't know why, but she had a vague feeling that her own cultivation had improved as well. Yunxi, the familiar voice, was very, very close. Only then did Han Yunxi recover her wits and notice the face that was already right in front of her. This was the face she was most familiar with. She could imagine every detail of it even with her eyes closed. Yunxi, can you answer me? Long Feiyi spoke carefully, afraid that Han Yunxi would fall asleep again if he spoke too loudly. After all, he was already on the verge of collapse. Han Yunxi had no idea how many days she'd been unconscious. She calmed herself down and reached out to stroke Long Feiyi's stubble. Before she could finish, Long Feiyi suddenly grabbed her hands and pressed them against his face. He gave her a deep look without a word before burying his head in her chest. Han Yunxi wasn't sure if she was imagining things, but she felt as if this man was trembling. She suddenly realized that she must have been unconscious for a long time. There were many things she could work hard and do her best to control. But there were some things she couldn't control no matter how hard she tried, much less stop them. For example, she couldn't completely understand and control the poison storage space. She didn't know when she'd succumb to cultivation deviation and never wake up again. She couldn't control whether she stayed or left. She didn't know why she'd come to Cloud Realm Continent, much less when she'd leave. Both she and Long Feiyi had always believed that she wouldn't leave. But that was just self-deception and mutual consolation. Long Feiyi, I've made you worry again, she sighed, her voice soft and helpless. Long Feiyi looked up at her, wanting to say many things, but ended up hugging her tightly with a sigh. You've made me afraid again. What should I do? Han Yunxi's heart ached at the sight of his bearded face, bloodshot eyes, and haggard, but when she heard his helpless sigh, she felt as if a large hand was clenching her heart. It was so stifling that she almost stopped breathing. It was an indescribable discomfort. It's fine, Yi. I'm already awake. It's all right. Han Yunxi kept repeating these words as she hugged Long Fei even tighter. It was as if she hugged him tightly, she would own him and they would never separate again. The two of them hugged each other, neither willing to let go. How they wished they could hug each other tightly for the rest of their lives. Gu Beiwei had rushed over when he heard the commotion in the inner room. But at this moment, he was standing beside the screen, watching Han Yunxi and the others quietly. He was very calm, but his clear eyes were filled with gentleness. His gentleness towards Han Yunxi was a kind of pity, because he loved her. His gentleness towards Long Fei Yi was a kind of empathetic pity, because he understood him. He was like an outsider, but no one knew how deeply he immersed himself in the role and how deeply he loved her. But he was never lost. He was very sober and immersed himself in the role. He knew his position and his mission too well. He waited for a while, looked at the sky, and decisively interrupted Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi, who were immersed in each other's arms. He said, "Your Highness, since the princess is awake, please allow this subordinate to take her pulse." At this moment, Long Fei Yi finally woke up. Even though he was reluctant, he still let go of Han Yunxi and made way for Gu Beiyue. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Is it the poison storage space? You've never been unconscious for so long before." "How long have I been unconscious?" Han Yunxi asked. "We've already been in the central garrison for 3 days, Long Fei Yi replied. Han Yunxi estimated the time on the road and the time they'd been staying here. Even she was shocked. She immediately thought of the incident at 100 Poisons Sec. "What time is it today? Is it the agreed time? Is Bai Yanqing here?" she asked anxiously, unconsciously shaking her hand away so that Gu Beiyue couldn't take her pulse. Long Fei Yi didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't answer Han Yunxi and immediately came forward. He pulled her hand down and pressed it against the headboard for Gu Beiyue to take her pulse. Gu Beiyue took a closer look at Han Yunxi's complexion and could basically confirm that she was fine. A helpless smile flitted across his lips, and he began to take Han Yunxi's pulse again. Han Yunxi couldn't calm down and was burning with anxiety. "What time is it today? Gu Beiyue, tell me." "Am I?" She looked at Long Fei Yi in horror. "Is it because of me that this matter fell through? Is Bai Yanqing here?" Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue didn't answer her. Long Fei Yi pressed his hands on her shoulders to prevent her from moving, while Gu Beiyue looked down and focused on taking her pulse. "I'm fine, I can feel Lil Thing. I'm really fine. This time it's different from before. It seems like Lil Thing is cultivating. I can feel it cultivating. Maybe it's affecting me." After confirming that her pulse was normal, Gu Beiyue spoke. He wasn't talking to Han Yunxi but to Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, the princess's pulse is normal. There's nothing wrong with her body." He was completely sure of this. As for the poison storage space, he wasn't sure. Long Fei Yi's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally calmed down. He immediately asked, "What's wrong with Lil Thing? Why can you feel it? Where is it?" Long Fei Yi had never been so concerned about Lil Thing. Han Yunxi wasn't clear about some of the rules of the poison storage space. She didn't have a master. Her understanding of the poison storage space was either from her own exploration or from the secret manuals of the poison storage space. When she advanced to the second level of the poison storage space, she could feel the rules of cultivation. However, this rule wasn't all the rules of the poison storage space, just the rules of cultivation. "It's just a feeling. I don't know what's going on. Lil Thing's strength has recovered a lot. I seem to have improved a lot. It's very tiring." Han Yunxi answered honestly. Could it be that the princess and Lil Thing's cultivation is the same? Gu Beiyue asked in shock. Han Yunxi had her suspicions as well, so she nodded. "What else can you feel? Is Lil Thing in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space? It can't escape?" Long Fei Yi had a lot of questions. Han Yunxi shook her head. "I'm not sure. I can't feel Lil Thing at all." Gu Beiyue was also very curious. However, he didn't probe any further. Instead, he reminded, "Your Highness, Princess, there's less than 2 hours until the appointed time with Bai Yanqing. If we rush over now, we might still be able to make it." Han Yunxi was shocked when she heard that. "Today?" "Yes." Gu Beiyue nodded. Han Yunshi got off the bed without another word. Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. She mistakenly thought that he was going to stop her, so she was very agitated. Long Fei Yi, you should know how important this matter is. Long Fei Yi wanted to explain, but Han Yunshi emphasized, this matter is very, very important. No matter the price, we have to do it. She had already made up her mind a long time ago. How could she give up so easily? Long Fei Yi didn't know what kind of decision she had made, but he could see her determination. He only thought that she was thinking for the sake of Eastern and Western Qin. It wasn't easy for Eastern and Western Qin to work together. It wasn't easy for them to fight side by side openly. This was an opportunity that she couldn't give up so easily. Moreover, there were many people watching from 100 Poisons sect now. They were waiting for them to not appear, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. He was frightened by Han Yunshi. He didn't want to care about any of this. Right now, all he wanted to do was to hug her and have a good sleep. Even if he didn't appear today, he still had a way to deal with 100 Poisons sect afterwards. However, he still obeyed Han Yunshi. Men, prepare the horses. After Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi hurriedly appeared, Su Donglin delivered the latest news. Your Highness, Bai Yanqing is here. Su Donglin also relayed Bai Yanqing's words when he was at the tower. Gu Beiyue was no longer in his hands, but he was still so arrogant. Why? Did he have an ulterior motive, or did the poison storage space level up and surpass Han Yunshi? So what if the poison storage space level up? Han Yunshi never intended to poison him to deal with him. Han Yunshi's poison storage space was enough for defense. The one who really wanted to deal with him was Long Fei Yi. With Bai Yanqing's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought of this. Therefore, Bai Yanqing's high-profile appearance must have an ulterior motive. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi discussed as they mounted their horses. Gu Beiyue chased after them. Princess, Your Highness, be careful. Bai Yanqing's high-profile appearance, he must have a trick up his sleeve. He must be thinking about the feud between Eastern and Western Qin. Long Fei Yi nodded. Wait for our good news. Don't worry, there will be good news, I promise. Han Yunshi's tone was even more resolute than Long Fei Yi's. Long Fei Yi hugged Han Yunshi tightly with one hand and brandished the whip with the other. The husband and wife galloped towards 100 Poisons sect. Although the horses were very fast, they had to admit that they had wasted too much time. Soon, Long Fei Yi said seriously, we won't make it, time is almost up. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to reach 100 Poisons sect on time. Once they exceed the time limit, who knows what will happen? Han Yunshi pondered. Not long after, she suddenly grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand that was holding the reins. Turn right, we'll go up from the back of the mountain. The path to the back of the mountain is easy. We'll be in time if we kill our way through. Good idea. Long Fei Yi quickly changed directions and galloped forward. The two madams were like a gust of wind, quickly disappearing into the mountain path. As the time approached, the entrance to 100 Poisons sect grew even quieter. Although many people were muttering that Han Yunshi and Long Fei wouldn't show up, they were still stunned when it really happened. None of them dared to believe it. After all, this wasn't just a challenge to 100 Poisons sect, but also the first time that Eastern and Western Qin had cooperated to settle their old grudges. What reason could there be for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi not to show up? There was only the time it took to brew a cup of tea left, so no one could sit still. Even Bai Yanqing was beginning to clench his fists behind his back. He had to admit that he was nervous as well. Soon, a Poison sect disciple brought an hourglass and placed it on the stage. Once the hourglass finished one round, time would be up. Bai Yanqing stared at the hourglass and silently counted in his heart. 5, 4, 3. When he counted to 2, a disciple suddenly rushed out from 100 Poisons sect and whispered, Master, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi are attacking from the back of the mountain. Bai Yanqing's lowered eyes suddenly lit up. He whispered, No need to make a fuss. But before the disciple could retreat, Someone else shouted from the crowd, "The East Qin Crown Prince and Western Qin Princess are attacking from the back of the mountain." Chapter 951. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi are here? News of their arrival sent the crowd into an uproar. Bailey Chiu and the other elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium all stood up at the same time, excited and pleasantly surprised. Bailey Chiu unsheathed his broadsword and rapped the handle against the wooden table. Behind him, a dozen or so soldiers followed suit, their voices quick and orderly like the beating of military drums. It was a rousing sight to behold. They were cheering for Long Fei Yi. If not for his misgivings about poisons, Bailey Chiu would have led his men to kill them long ago. The elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium were all businessmen, so they weren't as hot-blooded as the soldiers. Still, they were all wearing smiles on their faces. Although they didn't approve of Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi's alliance, they were truly glad and happy at this moment. They whispered into each other's ears, hoping that Han Yunshi could fight for Western Qin's honor. Among the excited crowd, one person was especially quiet. He was none other than the young general of the Tian and General Mu's estate, Mu Qingwu. His thick eyebrows and large eyes were staring blankly at the 100 Poisons Sect's gates, afraid to even blink for fear of missing something. He was waiting for Han Yunshi to walk out of the gates with nervousness, apprehension, anticipation, and infatuation in his eyes for the first time. It had been far too long since he last saw Han Yunshi, so long that it felt like an entire lifetime. This time, he was lucky enough to meet her again in his next life. While everyone was excited, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi attacked from the back, Bai Yanqing would definitely rush over. That way, no one would be able to witness the poison duel between Bai Yanqing and Han Yunshi, or Long Fei Yi's martial arts skills. After all, no one dared to go any further than the gates. Poison was everywhere in the 100 Poisons sect. Once you stepped in, you wouldn't even know how you died. Everyone could only wait for the outcome. After Bai Yanqing was taken down, the confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin would begin. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing didn't move. He only whispered to his disciples, "Don't stop them. Lead them here." Yes. The disciple respectfully accepted the order and left. Disciple thought that since Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were looking for Shizhuan, as long as the disciples of the 100 Poisons sect did not resist or provoke them, they would naturally come to the mountain gate. The facts proved that this disciple had guessed wrong. After Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the 100 Poisons Palace from the back of the mountain without any obstructions, they did not walk towards the mountain gate. Instead, they sat on the high and lofty main seat in the main hall of the 100 Poisons Palace. Even though this was the 100 Poisons sect, just by casually sitting here, the two of them looked more like the masters of the 100 Poisons sect than Jun Yi Xie did in the past. They looked down on the entire mountain and were respected. Han Yunshi's aura and Long Fei Yi's domineering aura were incomparable. A few disciples at the entrance peeked at them. With just one glance, they immediately retracted their heads, trembling with fear. Long Fei Yi sat there lazily. The stubble on his chin did not make him look sloppy. Instead, it gave him an indescribable masculinity. He was mature and sexy, causing people to have countless wild and fanciful thoughts. He tilted his head and glanced at Han Yunshi. He smiled but did not say anything. That faintly curved mouth was full of indulgence. Han Yunshi stared at him in a daze. She also did not say anything. In the past, no matter how long she stared at him in a daze, he would remain indifferent and unperturbed. He would ignore her and pretend that he did not notice. However, he did not know when it started. He could no longer bear her gaze. He could not help but laugh. He even felt uncomfortable. Very quickly, he turned around again and asked Han Yunshi, "What are you looking at?" Han Yunshi actually did not want to stare at him for so long. However, when she saw the stubble on his face, she unconsciously became distracted. She grinned craftily. "Long Fei, How about we have a match? Compete in what? Long Fei Yi was very interested. The people at the foot of the mountain were all waiting for them. They actually had the mood to chat here? A few disciples who were eavesdropping at the entrance looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to get closer to hear what they were talking about, but they were afraid of being discovered and did not dare to get too close. In reality, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi both knew that although the road was unobstructed, there were many people secretly watching them. Bai Yanqing was at the pagoda at the foot of the mountain. He also asked the disciples to let them pass. It was obvious that he wanted them to go down the mountain. Unfortunately, they did not plan to do so. The representatives of various factions at the foot of the mountain were watching. They did not want to be the center of attention. Moreover, both of them had their own selfish motive. They did not want to expose the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin in front of the world. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi continued to do as they pleased under the supervision of the 100 Poisons sect disciples. Han Yunxi said in a low voice, "Let's compete to see who can force Bai Yanqing up the mountain first." Long Fei Yi was happy. "Alright, you come up with the idea first." Han Yunxi had already thought about it. She smiled and said, "Let's go take a look at the 100 Poisons sect's poison vault." "Alright." Long Fei Yi immediately pulled her out of the main hall. The poison vault was the most famous place in 100 Poisons sect. It was divided into the upper and lower vault. The lower vaults stored some common poisons. The upper vaults stored some very rare and expensive poisons. This place could be said to be the foundation of 100 Poisons sect. Without these poisons, 100 Poisons sect could no longer be considered a poison sect. The two of them had only heard of the poison vault, but did not know where it was. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunxi to a stop at the entrance of 100 Poisons temple. The disciples who were secretly monitoring them were all wondering what he wanted to do. Who knew that he would suddenly flash and land in a corner? He grabbed a disciple by the neck and pulled him in front of Han Yunxi. A disciple who could monitor them in 100 Poisons temple was definitely not an ordinary disciple. Even so, it would be difficult for them to poison Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's vigilance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, Han Yunxi was also present. It would be useless for them to do anything. Han Yunxi said coldly, "Take us to the poison vault. Otherwise, you should know that I have many ways to make you wish you were dead." The disciple was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His lips and teeth trembled. Without another word, he led Han Yunxi and the others in the direction of the poison vault. Elder Shi Jiuxia, who was hiding in the distance, immediately ordered someone to report to Bai Yanqing. He then followed Han Yunxi and the others. Not long after, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi arrived at the entrance of the poison vault. They saw that it was a palace hidden in the mountain forest. There were 2 floors above ground and an unknown number of floors below ground. The door of the secret storehouse was tightly shut, with a huge golden lock. There were no guards around, but there were 5 poisonous wolves guarding it. When Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi approached, the poisonous wolves surrounded them. They opened their bloody mouths and howled at them. "Be careful, their saliva is poisonous," Han Yunxi said in a low voice. Fortunately, her detoxification system was intelligent. It could identify different types of poison and give effective and timely warnings. For example, the detoxification system's warnings were different for the poisons in the poison vault, the aggressive poisons of the poisonous wolves, and the poisons in the human body. After Han Yunxi identified the poisonous wolves' toxins, she secretly activated the detoxification system to analyze the distribution of various poisons in the poison vault. She did not believe that Bai Yanqing would not feel distressed and chase after her if she emptied the poison vault. "Don't worry, they can't get close." As soon as Long Fei Yi finished speaking, the poisonous wolves suddenly rushed over from all directions. Their speed was unexpectedly fast. Fortunately, Han Yunxi reminded him. Otherwise, Long Fei Yi would definitely let the poisonous wolves get close and then kill them. No matter how fast the poisonous wolves were, they could not be faster than Long Fei Yi. He made a prompt decision to hold Han Yunshi tightly and soar into the sky, avoiding the siege of the poisonous wolves. At almost the same time, Long Fei Yi unsheathed his sword. The sword on was as fast as lightning. With a sweep, a slash, and a slash, all of the poisonous wolves had their throats slit. Even Han Yunshi was astonished, to say nothing of Shi Jiuxia, who was hiding in the shadows. When did Long Fei Yi's martial arts improve so much? It was like advancing by leaps and bounds. After Han Yunshi finished cultivating her internal energy, she began to study acupuncture. She had only practiced with Long Fei Yi a few times, but he was the one teaching her most of the time. Could it be that they'd started dual cultivation long ago? Han Yunshi didn't have time to think, because Long Fei's sword had already shattered the large golden lock that held the secret storehouse. The swift and fierce sword chi blasted open both doors. Let's go, let's be bandits. Han Yunshi grabbed Long Fei Yi's hand excitedly. In Cloud Realm Continent's poison world, the 100 Poisons sect was the leader of the evildoers. Many of the widely used poisons in Cloud Realm Continent all came from that sect. Robbing them was like getting rid of a scourge for the people. As long as Han Yunshi was happy, Long Fei Yi would go along with her no matter how much she robbed. The two of them quickly entered the poison vault. Shi Jiuxia's face turned green as he watched from the sidelines. "Why hasn't the old sect head come up yet?" he asked anxiously. "I've already sent someone to report." "Elder Shi, please calm down, calm down." As soon as the disciple on the side finished comforting him, the disciple who'd gone down the mountain came back, panting for breath. "Elder Shi, the old sect head wants you to think of a way to lure them down the mountain no matter what. Do you have eyes or something? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi are clearly refusing to go down the mountain. Don't they know the old sect head is down there?" Shi Jiuxia was furious. But the old sect head won't go up the mountain." The disciple grew anxious as well. A complicated look flashed past Shi Jiuxia's eyes. He instructed the disciple to guard the door of the poison vault and hurried down the mountain. At that moment, the foot of the mountain was bustling with activity again. Long Fei Yi had sent someone to inform the people at the foot of the mountain about everything that happened. Every time a disciple went up the mountain to report to Bai Yanqing in a low voice, Long Fei Yi's people would loudly inform everyone of the situation at the top of the mountain. Everyone was puzzled. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were bullying them, but Bai Yanqing remained indifferent and guarded the place. What did Bai Yanqing mean by this? Everyone had been discussing this for a long time. Even the Eastern, Western Qin and Eastern Qin factions could not figure out what was going on. Shi Jiuxia hurried up the mountain and said in a low voice, "Old sect head, Poison Wolf has been killed. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi are in the poison vault right now. With Han Yunshi's ability to identify poisons, she'll definitely take away all our hidden poisons. Hurry up and go up." Laughter immediately came from the crowd. His Highness the Crown Prince and the Princess of Western Qin have successfully broken into the poison vault. After destroying 100 Poisons sect, they'll definitely go down the mountain to deal with Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was as steady as Mount Tai and did not move. "I asked you to lead them down. Why did you come down yourself? Cut the crap. Go now." Shi Jiuxia didn't understand Bai Yanqing's intentions either. He was about to coax him when a laugh rose up from the crowd. "His Highness and the West Qin Princess have already broken into the poison storehouse. The 100 Poisons sect is about to be emptied. Bai Yanqing, the coward, only dares to show off here. Haha, when His Highness and the others go down the mountain, won't Bai Yanqing run away?" Bai Yanqing was not provoked, but Shi Jiuxia was furious. He roared, "Who are you? Come out and speak if you have the guts." A man and a woman came out of the crowd. The man was none other than Long Fei Yi's personal bodyguard, Su Donglin. The woman was unexpected. Chapter 952. The woman who walked out behind Su Donglin was none other than the youngest daughter of the Bailey army, Bailey Chiyu's younger sister, Bailey Mingxiang. In the beginning, she was a well-bred young lady from a well-known family in the capital. She had been waiting to get married for many years and had been visited by matchmakers all over the capital, but she had never found a suitable husband. Later, she was willing to lower herself to the Duke of Qin's estate and serve as Han Yunxi's maidservant. Later on, there were rumors in the Bailey army that she had an ambiguous relationship with Long Feiyi. There were still many versions of this rumor circulating today. Some said that Bailey Mingxiang had ulterior motives and entered the Duke of Qin's estate as a maidservant to get close to Long Feiyi. Later on, when Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi became enemies, she successfully took the position. Others said that Long Feiyi had always been interested in Bailey Mingxiang and that it was Long Feiyi who arranged for her to enter the Duke of Qin's estate. Long Feiyi had always only been using Han Yunxi. In short, amidst the various opinions, the name Bailey Mingxiang gradually became known and remembered by the world. With this woman sitting by Bailey Chiyu's side, it wasn't strange for the siblings to support Long Fei. However, it was surprising that she and Su Donglin would stand up together and provoke Bai Yanqing. Could it be that she wanted to get involved in this battle too? What right did she have to get involved? Everyone was very surprised, but Bai Yanqing was not at all surprised. As soon as he saw Bailey Mingxiang, his calm eyes immediately revealed a shrewd, cold glint. Stone Mortar naturally recognized Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang. He retorted sarcastically, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's Long Feiyi's dog. Great Guard Su, go and tell your master that our old sect leader is waiting for him at the top of the tower. Tell him to stop hiding behind Han Yunxi. What's the point of hiding behind a woman?" Su Donglin was about to refute, but Bailey Mingxiang beat him to it and said angrily, "His Highness is not afraid of Bai Yanqing's poison. It was Bai Yanqing who didn't dare to go up the mountain. His lair has already been destroyed, yet he's still standing here deceiving himself." It was a rare opportunity to argue for His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang, who was usually gentle, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was aggressive. Long Feiyi isn't afraid of poison. Why would he join hands with Han Yunxi? It's 2 against 1. Does Long Feiyi still have any face left? Sure, Jiuxia retorted confidently. Bailey Mingxiang was exasperated. Bai Yanqing was no match for the princess in terms of poison, and he was no match for His Highness in terms of martial arts. There was no way to be absolutely fair in this matter. For a moment, she didn't know how to refute, and the crowd fell silent. Just as the situation became awkward, Bailey Mingxiang threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Sure, Jiuxia, are you blind? Can't you see that there are so many people here for your 100 Poisons sect? 100 Poisons sect is scum. It's too easy for you to fight 2 against 1. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a gentle and magnanimous woman to shout and scold people like that. Even Su Donglin, who was standing beside Bailey Mingxiang, was shocked by her. Bailey Mingxiang's face was red and her heart was beating wildly. She was also shocked by herself. However, she clenched her fists and forced herself to stay calm. No matter what, she had to protect His Highness and the princess's reputation. No matter what, she couldn't embarrass His Highness and the princess. If it was before, there would be some people who would come out to undermine her. However, now that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were here, who would dare to stand on 100 Poisons sect's side? 100 Poisons sect was an unjust sect. Moreover, with Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi's current strength and influence, there really wasn't anyone who dared to openly challenge them. Sure, Jiuxia was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't refute. He said in a low voice, "Old sect leader, this subordinate will take care of these 2 dogs first." Okay. Bai Yanqing didn't say anything else. His gaze never left Bailey Mingxiang. Shi Jiuxia immediately threw a poisonous dart at Bailey Mingxiang. The disciples of Hundred Poisons sect didn't resist Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi because they wanted to lure them down the mountain. There was no reason for them not to attack at the foot of the mountain. After killing these two people, he didn't believe that Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi wouldn't come down the mountain. Before the poisonous dart could get close to Bailey Mingxiang, it was kicked away by Su Donglin. The disciples of Hundred Poisons sect weren't good at martial arts, but they were good at poison. They had to rely on inner strength and hidden weapons to poison from a distance, which wasn't their strength. They could only poison invisibly at close range. Su Donglin had already figured this out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring Bailey Mingxiang here so easily. After one poisonous dart was kicked away, Shi Jiuxia threw another one. This time, Bailey Mingxiang's movements were faster than Su Donglin's. She pulled out the software hidden at her waist and threw the poisonous dart back. Although the force wasn't very strong, it was enough to send the poisonous dart back to the stage. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Bailey Mingxiang knew martial arts. Only Bai Yanqing wasn't surprised. Instead, there was a meaningful look in his deep eyes. There were all kinds of legends about Bailey Mingxiang in the world. However, very few people knew that this woman knew martial arts and that she was secretly sent to Tianshan Mountain to dual cultivate with Long Fei Yi on the pretext of healing. He had always sent people to keep an eye on Bailey Mingxiang. Although they couldn't completely monitor Bailey Mingxiang, they had a rough idea of her movements. In the past, he had only heard reports from his subordinate. At this moment, he finally saw Bailey Mingxiang's martial arts with his own eyes. Shi Jiuxia was very unhappy that two of his poisonous darts were kicked away. He immediately leaped into the air and flew towards Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang. At the same time, more than 10 disciples of Poison Sect surrounded them from all directions. Shi Jiuxia had just mocked them for fighting 2 against 1, but now he was bullying them with numbers. It was a slap to his own face. For some people in this world, if you didn't want to be angered to death, you had to be more unreasonable than them. What was unreasonable? In essence, it was martial arts. Su Donglin immediately grabbed Bailey Mingxiang and leaped into the air to escape from the encirclement of Shi Jiuxia and the disciples of Poison Sect. Everyone thought that they were going to escape, but they didn't go far. Instead, they landed next to the mountain gate. "You're courting death." Shi Jiuxia immediately threw his men aside and chased after them. However, they stopped abruptly after a few steps. People walked out of the bushes behind Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang like walking corpses. They were all men dressed in black and their faces were as pale as corpses. "Poison corpses," Shi Jiuxia blurted out. Bai Yanqing also looked over in shock. In the time it took for them to speak, a large group of poison corpses had already walked out. Soon, not only were there more poison corpses behind Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang, but there were also more and more poison corpses coming out from the surrounding forest. It was as if there was no end to them. Everyone present became nervous. Shi Jiuxia turned to look at Bai Yanqing, clearly asking for help. How could he and the disciples of Poison Sect deal with such a large group of poison corpses? Poison corpses were similar to death warriors. Their lifespan did not exceed a year. They were immune to mid-grade poisons such as those that were fatal to bones and blood. If there were only a few of them, Shi Jiuxia could still deal with them. However, this group of poison corpses terrified him. This group of poison corpses was brought over by Gu's men. Bailey Mingxiang was the one holding the poison corpses token. "Let's go." Bailey Mingxiang held the token up high. Under the protection of the poison corpses, he easily entered the boundary of Hundred Poisons Sect with Su Donglin. A few poison corpses followed them, enough to protect them from the attacks of Hundred Poisons Sect's poisonous creatures. Bai Yanqing could no longer remain calm. He suddenly leaped into the air and chased after them. Seeing this, Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang were overjoyed. Su Donglin brought Bailey Mingxiang and ran up the mountain under the protection of 2 poison corpses. The remaining 100 or so poison corpses stood guard at the mountain entrance, blocking Bai Yanqing and buying time for them. Bai Yanqing landed in front of the poison corpses. No one knew if he would give chase or not. At this moment, a disciple rushed over from another side of the path and hurriedly reported, "Old sect master, Han Yunxi swept away all the poisons in the secret vault. Long Fei Yi and her are now at the poison corpse pool. Long Fei Yi is still unable to open the door." Hearing this, Shi Jiuxia's face turned pale. He no longer dared to chase after Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin. He immediately took another path up the mountain. The secret vault was where the 100 Poisons sect's storehouse was located. The poison corpse pool was where the 100 Poisons sect cultivated poison humans, poison corpses, and studied poison insects. If this place fell into enemy hands, the foundation of the 100 Poisons sect would be destroyed. Disagreeing with Shi Jiuxia's anxiousness, Bai Yanqing looked at the place where Bailey Mingxiang had disappeared with a complicated expression. Bailey Mingxiang's sword strike had clearly been extremely powerful, but it had been restrained. It was obvious that she had deliberately concealed her true strength. He did not care what the relationship between Long Fei Yi and Bailey Mingxiang was. He only needed to confirm one thing, and that was that Bailey Mingxiang was a woman who could dual cultivate with Long Fei Yi. She was a martial arts genius. Originally, he was 90% confident. Now that he saw Bailey Mingxiang concealing her strength with his own eyes, he basically dispelled his last bit of worry. Long Fei Yi's cultivation of the lustbite power had a total of 3 stages. The first stage was to accept the seal of the lustbite and cultivate the lustbite power with the seal. The second stage was to control the lustbite power and use it freely. The third stage was to combine the lustbite power with the original internal energy and reach an invincible state. By then, not to mention the strongest venerables of Heavenly Mountain, even the undying and indestructible poisonous pets would be destroyed by the lustbite power. Long Fei Yi had already been able to use the lustbite power freely in the battle on Heavenly Mountain. The strength that Long Fei Yi had displayed when he dealt with Qi Zonglin and his son from Liberty City a few days ago had made Bai Yanqing even more convinced that Long Fei Yi's dual cultivation had begun a long time ago, and it was progressing smoothly. Once the dual cultivation began, Bailey Mingxiang would have to stay by Long Fei Yi's side until the dual cultivation was completed. After the dual cultivation was completed, Long Fei Yi would no longer need Bailey Mingxiang. However, during the dual cultivation period, if Long Fei Yi wanted to perform at his best, he would have to combine his swords with Bailey Mingxiang's. The more Bai Yanqing thought about it, the more certain he was that his speculation was correct. Bailey Mingxiang seemed to have taken Gu's token and brought the poison corpses to support Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, but in fact, it was a cover-up. Su Donglin had brought her up the mountain to combine her swords with Long Fei Yi to break the gate of the poison corpse pool. Bailey Mingxiang had been concealing her strength all this time, and Long Fei Yi had been helping her put on an act. She must be Long Fei Yi's dual cultivation partner. There was no mistake about it. If he did not kill her now, when would he? Bai Yanqing finally drew his sword and chased after Bailey Mingxiang through the swarm of poison corpses. He did not know that Bailey Mingxiang's attack just now was a pretense to conceal her strength. He also did not know that the scene at the foot of the mountain was under Long Fei Yi's orders. Even the gate of the poison corpse pool was not broken by Long Fei Yi on purpose. Bai Yanqing finally went up the mountain. Chapter 953. When Bai Yanqing first received the challenge letter, his first thought was to give up on 100 Poisons sect. But Emperor Kong Qing and Long Tianma's actions reminded him of that fact. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had caused a huge uproar over the matter until everyone in the world knew about it. Emperor Kong Qing had even invited guests from all sides as the host. With so many people watching, He naturally had to use this chance to embarrass Han Yunshi and consign Eastern and Western Qin to eternal damnation. He'd racked his brains to set up such a huge trap, but he'd failed to incite Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi. Who knew that Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi would create such a perfect opportunity for him? Since Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi wanted to know the reason behind the Great Qin Empire's civil war so badly, he'd have to tell them the truth. Of course, he'd have to tell the two of them, the Eastern and Western Qin factions, and the rest of the world, that the Great Qin Empire's civil war had never been a misunderstanding. The hatred between the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans was irreconcilable. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi could never be together. Before he came to Hundred Poisons sect, he'd steeled his heart. No matter how Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi attacked Hundred Poisons sect or provoked him, he'd stand at the gates in front of the world. If necessary, he'd even sacrifice Hundred Poisons sect. But once he'd dispelled the last of his misgivings about Bailey Mingxiang, he didn't hesitate to chase up the mountain. Right now, he was still rational, but he was still heading up the mountain. But for the sake of Bailey Mingxiang, he was willing to take a gamble. Once he killed Bailey Mingxiang, he could force Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi down the mountain all the same. Bailey Mingxiang was even more important than inciting Eastern and Western Qin. He didn't even want to take the risk of using Bailey Mingxiang to threaten Long Feiyi. He only wanted to kill him early. No matter what, he would never allow Long Feiyi to cultivate the third stage of the Lustbite power, absolutely not. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin wouldn't be able to escape far even if the poison corpses were to cover their retreat. Soon, Bai Yanqing caught up to them and easily poisoned the poison corpse to death. He somersaulted a few times in the air and landed in front of Bailey Mingxiang. His sword had already been drawn. Su Donglin was already prepared. He immediately shielded Bailey Mingxiang behind him. One had to know that Bai Yanqing's poison was much faster than his sword. They were still on the slope of the mountain. Fortunately, Su Donglin didn't walk on the stone steps of the main road. Instead, he chose a more secluded path. It would not be easy for the people at the foot of the mountain to find out what was going on here. But even so, Su Donglin still underestimated Bai Yanqing's speed. The place he had agreed to meet with His Highness wasn't here. They still had to walk a little further. Perhaps it couldn't be said that he underestimated Bai Yanqing's speed. He could only say that he had already tried his best. With his ability, he could only escape to this place. Su Donglin protected Bailey Mingxiang as they retreated step by step. Bai Yanqing didn't move forward. Instead, he pointed his sword at them. Neither he nor Bailey Mingxiang could tell whether Bai Yanqing was using poison or not. They could only take one step at a time and think of ways to stall for time. Bai Yanqing, do you know how Lady Tianxin died? Su Donglin changed the topic. Ordinary topics couldn't attract Bai Yanqing. Su Donglin could only think of Lady Tianxin. Bai Yanqing was most likely the father of the princess of Western Qin, which meant that he was Lady Tianxin's husband. Speaking of Lady Tianxin, he would at least say a few words. Su Donglin's idea was very good, but Bai Yanqing was very decisive. He didn't say a word. His sword clanged. Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang smelled a strange scent at the same time. They didn't have time to hold their breaths. Poison! It must be poison. If His Highness and the princess could rush over in time, then he and Bailey Mingxiang could be saved. If not, then their lives would be in the hands of Bailey Mingxiang, the #1 hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the Flaming Lotus. Su Donglin, you go first. His target is me. Bailey Mingxiang was ready to risk everything. I'll cooperate with you, Su Donglin said in a low voice. Suddenly, he pulled out his sword and stabbed at Bai Yanqing. Miss Mingxiang, run. His Highness is at the poison corpse pool. As soon as she spoke, Su Donglin's entire body went limp. He'd been standing at the front and inhaled much more poison than Bailey Mingxiang. His poison was acting up. Bai Yanqing stepped on Su Donglin's head and ground it a few times. Coldly, he looked at Bailey Mingxiang. His hands didn't stop moving. He raised his sword. The speed of poisoning was faster than the speed of using a sword, but the speed of killing with a sword was much faster than the speed of killing with poison. Bai Yanqing wanted to slit Bailey Mingxiang's throat. Unexpectedly, just as Bai Yanqing was about to swing his sword, Su Donglin suddenly grabbed Bai Yanqing's leg and pulled him back. Bailey Mingxiang, hurry! Su Donglin didn't have any strength, but he still held on to Bai Yanqing's leg. He was already bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He was risking his life to buy time for Bailey Mingxiang. He didn't tell Bailey Mingxiang to run. He only said, hurry. Bailey Mingxiang should understand. He had to understand. He wanted Bailey Mingxiang to make a move. He held on tightly to Bai Yanqing. As long as Bailey Mingxiang used the Flaming Lotus, Bai Yanqing would definitely die. What was the Flaming Lotus? The Flaming Lotus was a hidden weapon that could explode a person's body in an instant. At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang didn't need to find a chance to use the Flaming Lotus on Bai Yanqing. Moreover, she would be poisoned soon. There was no chance. What she needed to do now was to make a move before Bai Yanqing broke free from Su Donglin's grip. The opportunity was right in front of her, but Bailey Mingxiang didn't move. Su Donglin roared angrily, Bailey Mingxiang, don't forget your identity. His Highness and the princess hadn't arrived yet. Once both of them died in Bai Yanqing's hands and Bai Yanqing went down the mountain, how could His Highness trick Bai Yanqing into going up the mountain? Their identity was to obey, to sell their lives, and to sacrifice. Bailey Mingxiang didn't forget, but she couldn't do it. If she did, not only would Bai Yanqing's corpse be destroyed, Su Donglin would also be destroyed. While Bailey Mingxiang was hesitating, Bai Yanqing had already kicked Su Donglin away. Su Donglin rolled to the side. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he was unconscious. Almost at the same time, Bailey Mingxiang's poison acted up. She felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She collapsed on the ground weakly. She didn't even have the strength to use the Flaming Lotus. Bai Yanqing didn't want to waste any time. He strode to Bailey Mingxiang and said, Bailey Mingxiang, it's a pity that I didn't get to see your true ability. The taste of this poison isn't bad, right? He sneered, held his sword with both hands, and stabbed down fiercely. Clang! There was a crisp sound as Bai Yanqing's sword broke in half. The sword fell to the side. Bailey Mingxiang had escaped a disaster. She looked at the broken sword hanging in midair in disbelief, unable to recover from her shock. However, Bai Yanqing didn't hesitate to hold the broken sword tightly and continued to stab down. At this moment, a sharp sword aura flew over from the side. It was like an arrow leaving the bow. It was so fierce that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Not only did it overturn the broken sword in Bai Yanqing's hand, it even forced Bai Yanqing to take a few steps back. Bailey Mingxiang looked back and saw 2 figures standing not far away. They weren't far away, but for some reason she couldn't see them clearly. However, she could still make out the elegance of that beautiful figure, that tall and proud one. The princess and His Highness had finally arrived. Bai Yanqing didn't even turn to look at the newcomers. He made a prompt decision and reached out to Bailey Mingxiang. However, Long Feiyi was staring at him. Long Feiyi's sword aura directly hit his arm. Han Yunxi had already rushed to the side to help Su Donglin detoxify the poison. Bai Yanqing dodged the sword aura and immediately reached out again. However, Long Feiyi's sword aura was much faster than his hand. This time, it didn't attack his hand, but his entire body. The sharp sword aura came crashing down. Bai Yanqing had no choice but to dodge and stay away from Bailey Mingxiang. His gaze turned cold. He quickly flew towards Han Yunxi, who was helping Su Donglin detoxify the poison. Who knew that Long Feiyi would change his perception? This time, Long Feiyi's sword aura was several times stronger than before. Even though Bai Yanqing dodged, he was still injured by the sword aura. Half of his wide sleeves were cut off. Finally, Bai Yanqing threw away his sword. He didn't move from his original position. With his hands behind his back, he made a few strange gestures. In an instant, the surrounding wind started to blow. Although it didn't blow, it could brush against his face. Bai Yanqing was going to use his poison technique. Han Yunxi had just finished detoxifying Su Donglin. She rushed to Long Fei Ye's side without hesitation. At the same time, Bai Yanqing suddenly turned around and went back to Bailey Mingxiang. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi had been staring at him. Long Fei Ye's sword never stopped. Su Donglin is fine. The poison in Bailey Mingxiang can only last for 10 minutes. Let's end this quickly, Han Yunxi said in a low voice. Long Fei Yi grabbed her waist with one hand and held his sword with the other. He flew into the air and elegantly slashed out. Several sword auras flew at Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was completely restrained by Long Fei Ye's sword. He couldn't touch Bailey Mingxiang or Su Donglin at all. As for the Imperial Wind Technique's poison, it was completely restrained by Han Yunxi. As long as Han Yunxi was here, his poison technique would be completely restrained. If Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi worked together, he would lose without a doubt. He was very clear on this. This time, he didn't have any plans of winning. He was only chasing after Bailey Mingxiang. Bai Yanqing had already changed from attacking to defending. He dodged several sword auras from Long Fei Yi. After hesitating for a bit, he turned around and ran down the mountain. Bai Yanqing, if you want to kill yourself, this crown prince can leave your corpse intact, Long Fei Yi said. As soon as he finished speaking, a rainbow of sword aura slashed down in front of Bai Yanqing, forcing Bai Yanqing to retreat. Bai Yanqing landed calmly and coldly said, "The lustbite energy is indeed extraordinary." Long Fei Yi landed with Han Yunxi in his arms. "Speak, what happened to Eastern and Western Qin in the past? Did your Wind clan do something? And where's the Black clan?" Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. Long Fei Yi, the Bailey Army and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's people are all at the foot of the mountain. It's really interesting for you to ask old man questions like this. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had already deployed large groups of poison guards and poison mercenaries from the City of Daughters to stand guard around the area. Even 100 poison sex men would find it difficult to get close, much less the people at the foot of the mountain. Today, Bai Yanqing's every word was only known to the two of them. "You don't have to speak, but this crown prince promises that you'll regret it," Long Fei Yi warned. Bai Yanqing laughed even louder. "Long Fei Yi, I'll speak, but you better not regret it. Ha!" Chapter 954. What did Long Fei Yi have to regret? Since he dared to ask Bai Yanqing for the truth, he wasn't afraid of the consequences. He and Han Yunxi attacked from the back of the mountain, led Bai Yanqing up the mountain, and avoided the group of spectators at the foot of the mountain. He didn't do all this for nothing. No matter what Bai Yanqing said, he was prepared to bear the consequences. He just wanted to figure out what happened back then, who was right and who was wrong in the East Western Qin, or if, as they guessed, everything was provoked. What did the Feng clan do in this provocation? What did the Black clan do? He even wanted to know why the Neutrally clan disbanded their huge army so decisively back then. "Just say it," Long Fei Yi replied. Of course, Long Fei Yi wasn't stupid enough to completely believe Bai Yanqing. What he wanted to do was to find some clues from Bai Yanqing's words. Bai Yanqing sneered. Even if he didn't tell the truth in front of the world, as long as Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi were present, he could still say it. He would make Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi regret it. "Okay, you two listen carefully." Bai Yanqing's face became serious. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't say anything, waiting. Not far away, Bailey Mingxiang, who had fallen to the ground, also listened quietly. Back then, Bai Yanqing opened his mouth, as if to keep them in suspense. He deliberately paused and didn't continue. Instead, He looked meaningfully at Long Fei Yi. The surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. The mockery in Bai Yanqing's eyes became more and more intense. After a pause, he continued, "Back then, the flood of the Sha River was actually, say no more." Han Yunshi suddenly interrupted him domineeringly. Long Fei Yi didn't care about the truth. He just wanted to know. As for Han Yunshi, she didn't even want to know the truth. Back in the three-way black market, she had already made up her mind to ignore what happened between East and Western Qin back then. Bai Yanqing was a little stunned. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunshi, but didn't stop her. Han Yunshi, you. Bai Yanqing didn't understand what Han Yunshi meant. Han Yunshi narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Long Fei Yi, kill him." If Long Fei didn't know the truth behind Han Yunshi's transmigration, he might have asked her, "Don't you want to know the truth?" However, now that he knew she was not the real princess of West Qin, he understood why she was so resolute. Since she didn't want to know names not? In his heart there was no difference between knowing and not knowing. It wouldn't affect his decisions. "I'll listen to you," Long Fei Yi said and raised his sword. Bai Yanqing couldn't believe it. These two people, one was Western Qin's princess and the other was East Qin's crown prince. Even if they could ignore their hatred and love each other. However, how could they give up on the truth? Long Fei Yi didn't hate Han Yunshi, but how could he not hate the Western Qin camp? Han Yunshi didn't hate Long Fei Yi, but how could she forget the East Qin camp's massacre of Western Qin? You really don't want to know the truth?" Bai Yanqing angrily asked. "The truth," Han Yunshi domineeringly said to Bai Yanqing. "Who cares if it dies?" Bai Yanqing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. If Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi didn't care about the truth, then what was the point of him coming here to fight? "Bai Yanqing, you really want to say it, right? I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance." Han Yunshi said this and then said to Long Fei Yi in a low voice, "Do it?" Long Fei Yi immediately made his move, slashing down with his sword without any hesitation. Although Bai Yanqing dodged, he was still injured by the powerful sword qi, falling to the side as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he dodged, he didn't forget to use poison, but it was a pity that it was all blocked by Han Yunshi. "Long Fei Yi, you've let down the East Qin ancestors," Bai Yanqing angrily cursed. Han Yunshi was a woman, so she could be willful. However, Long Fei Yi was a man and he had known his mission since he was young, so how could he give up like this? Long Fei Yi learned Han Yunshi's words. He didn't say it as domineering as Han Yunshi, but it was incomparably cold as he said, "Who cares? Die." As soon as his voice fell, another sword slashed down. Bai Yanqing rolled to the side as his internal organs were almost shattered. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Bai Yanqing finally drew his sword, but Long Fei Yi did not give him a chance to swing it. Long Fei Yi's sword strike after sword strike was fierce and fast, not stopping at all. Bai Yanqing was overwhelmed. He dodged while shouting at Han Yunshi, "Han Yunshi, the Wind Clan did not betray Western Qin. The Black Clan colluded with the East Qin Crown Prince in the past to destroy the dam to protect the iron mine. It was East Qin that abandoned the world. It was East Qin that ordered the Black Clan to attack the Wind Clan. It was East Qin that let down Western Qin and the world." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi did not say anything. What answered Bai Yanqing was Long Fei Yi's sword qi that was stronger than the last. Han Yunshi, the Western Qin royal family, was exterminated in the past, not leaving a single person alive. How cruel was that? This was all because of East Qin. The East Qin royal family already had the ambition to swallow Western Qin. Could it be you can't see it? Han Yunshi, what is the truth? Long Fei Yi is the clearest on this. He has been lying to you the entire time. As soon as his voice fell, Long Fei Yi's sword qi hit Bai Yanqing's abdomen, sending his entire body flying. He hit several large trees before finally landing on a cliff. Bai Yanqing's body was covered in blood, and he was on the verge of death, but he was still holding on. Han Yunshi, old man has ambition, but the Wind Clan definitely did not have the heart to betray you. Long Feiyi wants to use you to take care of the D clan, can't you see it? If someone who didn't know saw this scene, they would think that Bai Yanqing was a loyal minister, using his life to persuade him. But Han Yunshi did not answer him. She had been seriously helping Long Feiyi block Bai Yanqing's various poison attacks. Han Yunshi, do you know how many people in Western Qin have died unjustly, waiting for you to avenge them? Han Yunshi, old man can die, but you can't not believe the truth of that year. Bai Yanqing had one hand on his chest and the other on the ground. It seemed like he was not going to dodge. He said it as if it was true. If she had not experienced so much with Long Feiyi, perhaps Han Yunshi would really believe Bai Yanqing. Kill him. Han Yunshi still said the same thing, determined not to change. Bai Yanqing had fallen to this point. Whether he was telling the truth or not, he had to die. With Bai Yanqing's cunning personality, if he did not provoke them before he died, would he be satisfied? Once they decided not to take the truth to heart, no one would be able to provoke them. Nothing would be able to affect them. Long Feiyi raised his sword. Instead of slashing, he was going to stab directly. Behind him was a cliff. Bai Yanqing would not be able to dodge this attack. Just as Long Feiyi was about to strike, Bai Yanqing suddenly stopped him. Wait. Should he wait just because he said so? Long Feiyi's sword waited for no one. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing said, Han Yunshi, I'm your father. You can't do this to me. In the end, Long Fei's sword stopped. Han Yunshi was a direct descendant of the poison sect, and so was Bai Yanqing. They had long suspected this. But Han Yunshi had never pursued the matter, so he had not asked. Now that Bai Yanqing had spoken, he had no choice but to stop his sword. You knew my identity from the very beginning, but you refused to acknowledge me. What are your motives? You're clearly using me. Han Yunshi retorted angrily. Long Feiyi had long told her that Lady Hellion was a spy. Lady Hellion hadn't entered the Han estate late. In other words, Bai Yanqing had found out her identity years ago. You're saying that you were the one who killed my mother? Han Yunshi demanded. Bai Yanqing played the emotional card. Daughter, your mother's death was the most painful thing in my life. No matter what, you have to believe me. I would never do something so heartless. Then why don't you acknowledge me? Han Yunshi asked next. I have my own difficulties. Yunshi, come here. Father will definitely give you an explanation for this. Come here first. Believe your father, Long Feiyi is using you. Don't be fooled by him. Bai Yanqing coaxed earnestly. Han Yunshi only said word by word, Long Feiyi, I only trust you in this world. What are you still hesitating for? Long Feiyi understood and pointed his sword at Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was alarmed. Han Yunshi, no matter what, I'm your father. Your biological father. You're not. You're not. Han Yunshi shouted back. Bai Yanqing still wanted to argue, but Long Feiyi had already thrown his sword at Bai Yanqing's heart. Old clan head. Shi Jiuxia's voice suddenly called out. Be careful of poison. Han Yunshi pulled Long Feiyi away and stored Shi Jiuxia's poison powder into her poison storage space. Shi Jiuxia saw Bai Yanqing lying paralyzed in front of his chest and couldn't believe it. Old clan head. Old clan head. Bai Yanqing only had one last breath left. He gripped the sword and pulled it out viciously, causing a pool of blood to spurt out of his chest. He gripped Long Feiyi's sword and struggled to his feet. He pointed at Han Yunshi and cursed, Patricide, you'll be struck by lightning. Han Yunshi was stunned, her face ashen. Bai Yanqing wasn't her father, nor did he deserve to be, but blood relations couldn't be changed. At this moment, Long Fei made a grabbing motion and grabbed Profound Frost's sword before viciously kicking Bai Yanqing into the abyss ahead. Old clan head. Shi Jiuxia shouted. Long Feiyi took Han Yunshi and chased after him. For someone like Bai Yanqing, they had to see his corpse even if he was dead. Halfway through their chase, they saw Bai Yanqing hanging from a tree trunk on the cliff. Long Feiyi tested him and confirmed that he was no longer breathing. He glanced at Han Yunshi and saw that Han Yunshi was silent. He was still decisive. He cut the tree trunk with his sword and said to Han Yunshi, "It's none of your business. I killed him." After watching Bai Yanqing's corpse fall into the abyss and disappear, Long Feiyi brought Han Yunshi back to the cliff. On the cliff, Shi Jiuxia knelt on the ground in a daze. Su Donglin was still unconscious. Bailey Mingxiang lay on the ground, her face as pale as a corpse. Han Yunshi had already recovered. She strode toward Bailey Mingxiang and quickly detoxified her. After detoxifying her, she fell to the ground. Everything that happened today was going according to plan. However, she didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably uneasy. Long Feiyi stood beside her and stared at Shi Jiuxia, who wasn't far away. Although there were still many things to do, he would give Han Yunshi enough time. After all, the word patricide was too heavy. Everything seemed to have calmed down. However, no one expected what happened in the abyss at this moment. Chapter 955. At this very moment, an extremely frightening thing was happening in the abyss. Bai Yanqing was clearly dead. He'd been shot in the heart and had fallen from such a high place. Moreover, Long Feiyi had already confirmed that he wasn't breathing. However, he actually stood up shakily. Yes, he wasn't dead. He would never die. Unless Long Feiyi could cultivate to the third level of the lustbite energy and combine it with his nirvana powers to control the world's greatest power, no one in this world would be able to kill him. Except for time, except for natural aging, he was invincible in this world. Because he'd already uncovered the secret recipe for the poison sect's legendary poison goo man, he'd raised himself into a poison goo man in a fit of rage after being hurt by love. Thus, Long Feiyi's lustbite energy was his only nemesis. Even if he had to give up on inciting discord between Eastern and Western Qin, he still wanted Bailey Mingxiang dead. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal that he was a poison goo man. He didn't want to become the world's enemy, Cloud Realm's public enemy. Besides, one of the poisons needed to break the perplexing butterfly illusion was the poison goo man's blood. Once his secret was exposed, he'd be in big trouble. Breaking the perplexing butterfly illusion required the 5 elements poisons: water, earth, fire, metal, and wood of 10,000 poisons. He also needed the 4 great poisons: poison beast blood, poison corpse blood, beauty's blood, and poison goo man's blood. He controlled the world's only poison goo man's blood. The poison beast blood could be regenerated, the 10,000-year-old poison corpse blood jade could be found, and the beauty's blood could be reproduced. However, the poison goo man's blood was unique. Even if he had the secret recipe for raising a poison goo man, he wouldn't be able to raise a second one. That was because all the poison plants were unique. He'd already used them all back then. When he'd heard about Gu's childhood in Medical City, he'd suspected that Gu had been secretly raised as a poison goo man, which was why he was immune to all kinds of diseases. But after careful consideration, he rejected this idea. He didn't know what kind of physique Gu had, and he wasn't very interested. Now, his enemies were Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi, the East Qin camp and the Western Qin camp. He was curious whether Han Yunshi couldn't accept her background or whether she knew the truth. That was why she was so determined not to acknowledge him. He didn't mind slowly figuring out everything, playing with them slowly and making the stakes bigger. He wanted to see who would regret it in the end. Bai Yanqing went up the cliff. The cliff was so high that he could not see the end. He could only see a vast expanse of whiteness above his head. There was fog in the abyss. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. His thin figure quickly disappeared into the forest. At this moment, the little thing, which had been in a daze for a long time, finally regained its senses. Heavens, I clearly felt Mama Yunshi's presence just then. Very close. Could it be that the owner of the dark space had gone to find Mama Yunshi? Why is this naughty fellow looking for Mama Yunshi? Does Mama Yunshi know I've been locked up? What was the situation now? It couldn't feel Mama Yunshi again. Lil Thing became irritated and charged forward with all its might into the darkness ahead. However, it was quickly bounced back by an invisible force. Because of the contract, it could not only enter and exit Mama Yunshi's poison storage space, but also sense what was happening outside. But now that it was locked up in the dark space, it couldn't sense anything outside. It could only sense Mama Yunshi's approach. Could it be that Mama Yunshi has left? The more Lil Thing thought, the more uneasy it felt. Unconsciously, it thought of the gentleman. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a howl. The howl echoed heavily in the large black space, sounding especially desolate. Gentlemen, don't die, all right? Mama Yunshi, where are you? Lil Thing misses you guys? Currently, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were still on the cliff. Long Feiyi had given Han Yunshi plenty of time, so she didn't tarry for long. Of course Han Yunshi was worried about Lil Thing. Like Gu Beiwei, she suspected that Lil Thing was in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. She didn't know if the poison storage space would disappear after a person died. She could only deal with the important matters at hand first before looking for Lil Thing. Killing Bai Yanqing was just a means. What came next was their true goal. This was her true resolve from the start. No matter how uneasy her heart was, she had to hide it and endure it. At this point, there was no reason to waste all her previous efforts. She could only keep moving forward. At the very least, she knew she hadn't wronged or disappointed anyone with her choice. She wanted to be together with Long Feiyi openly. She wanted there to be no more enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin. She wanted to join hands with Long Feiyi to build a new nation. She wanted the land they ruled to be eternally peaceful. Han Yunshi stood up and said coldly, "Shi Jiuxia, tell me, how should this princess silence you?" Shi Jiuxia had killed his way out of the encirclement of female mercenaries and poison guards to find his way here. He'd heard everything Bai Yanqing had said, including the fact that Han Yunshi was Bai Yanqing's daughter. It had to be said that Shi Jiuxia was astonished by all of this. "Han Yunshi, you killed your father," Shi Jiuxia reprimanded. "Bai Yanqing was killed by this crown prince. He slandered my East Qin and sowed discord between Western Qin and Eastern Qin. He deserved to die." Long Feiyi raged. "It was your East Qin that started the war back then. Long Feiyi, your East Qin is the culprit that destroyed the great Qin Empire," Shi Jiuxia accused. Long Feiyi was about to speak when Han Yunshi firmly said, "No. Bai Yanqing didn't say that just now." "Shi Jiuxia, you heard wrong. Bai Yanqing said that the enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin was instigated by the Feng clan. The enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin was just a misunderstanding. The culprit, the Feng clan, was admitted by Bai Yanqing himself." Han Yunshi was lying through her teeth. In fact, she had already prepared these lines. As long as Bai Yanqing was dead, the truth would be determined by her and Long Feiyi. Even if she had to lie to the world, she would go all out. Seeing Han Yunshi's cold eyes, the originally aggressive Shi Jiuxia was a bit scared and unconsciously took a step back. Of course, he understood what Han Yunshi's words meant. Han Yunshi was warning him to cooperate with their lies, or else they'd kill him to silence him. Shi Jiuxia had always lived in seclusion, wholeheartedly helping Jun Yi manage the 100 Poisons sect. He wasn't very clear about the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. He had heard that Han Yunshi was a very ruthless woman, but he never thought that Han Yunshi would be this ruthless. Not only did this woman kill her father, she also wanted to deceive both Eastern and Western Qin, deceiving the world. The most terrifying thing was that this woman in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of fear or guilt. Instead, she was so domineering, decisive, and magnificent. What kind of woman was this? Shi Jiuxia was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Long Fei Ye's sword was already at his neck. Long Fei Ye said, "You don't have much time left. Choose for yourself if you want to die here or continue to lead the 100 Poisons sect." This was a combination of kindness and severity. "Elder Shi, do you believe that Bai Yanqing is prepared to sacrifice the 100 Poisons sect today? Why would you linger around such a master?" Han Yunxi sneered. "If not for Long Fei Ye's plan, I would have destroyed the poisonous corpse pool. I'll also tell you responsibly that even if the poisonous corpse pool is destroyed, even if I burn down the 100 Poisons sect, Bai Yanqing won't come up the mountain." Shi Jiuxia didn't understand the affairs of the world. He didn't know why Bai Yanqing wanted to stay at the pagoda at the foot of the mountain. In fact, he was also very surprised by Bai Yanqing's sudden appearance today. He was so anxious on the mountain that he thought Bai Yanqing wouldn't come. He thought that 100 Poisons sect's reputation would be completely lost. He was already dissatisfied with Bai Yanqing's actions today. After hearing Han Yunxi's words, he was somewhat shaken. Seeing the hesitation in Shi Jiuxia's eyes, Han Yunxi pressed on. "Shi Jiuxia, do you think the 100 Poisons sect can survive if you die?" As she spoke, she suddenly closed in, narrowed her eyes and warned fiercely, "I promise I'll burn this mountain down. I mean what I say." Long Fei Yi didn't like Han Yunxi getting too close to any man. Before he could pull Han Yunxi back, Shi Jiuxia stumbled back in fright. He stared at Han Yunxi in disbelief. Although he wasn't the head of the sect, he devoted his entire life to the 100 Poisons sect. He'd poured his heart and soul into the sect. How could he bear to see the sect destroyed? Long Fei Yi silently lowered his hand and continued to watch as Han Yunxi subdued Shi Jiuxia. If Bai Yanqing died, it wouldn't be easy to convince the people at the foot of the mountain to believe him and Han Yunxi. However, it would be much easier if Shi Jiuxia stepped forward. "Shi Jiuxia, I'm a direct descendant of the Poison sect and its head. Medical City has already acknowledged my status and cleared the Poison sect's name. If you surrender to me, do you think I'll treat you unfairly? I promise you the position of head of the 100 Poisons sect will be yours. Moreover, Medical and Medicine City will never ostracize 100 Poisons sect again," Han Yunxi added. She'd laid out two paths for Shi Jiuxia. One was a dead end, while the other was a broad, open road. Shi Jiuxia's heart belonged to the 100 Poisons sect, not Bai Yanqing or Jun Yixie. How could he not be moved? But he was still hesitant. How could there be such a good deal in the world? Would Han Yunxi trust him so much? Wasn't Han Yunxi afraid he'd reveal the truth one day? Before he could probe further, Han Yunxi tossed him a bottle of poison. Coldly, she said, "If you don't want to die, drink this poison. I'll only give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Looking at the poison in his hand, Shi Jiuxia felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He wanted the 100 Poisons sect to survive and become one of Cloud Realm Continent's honorable powers one day. Even more than that, he wanted to continue living well. Without hesitation, Shi Jiuxia downed the antidote in one gulp. He was an expert in poisons, but even he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. He only knew that it was a poison that flared up on a regular basis. After confirming that Shi Jiuxia had taken the antidote, Han Yunxi exhaled in relief. "Every 10 days, I'll have someone give you an antidote. If you're curious about the consequences of the poison, you can give it a try. But you'll definitely regret it." Shi Jiuxia was curious, but Han Yunxi's tone made it impossible for him to test it. Everyone who made poisons knew how terrible it would be to live a life worse than death after the poison acted up. Han Yunxi whistled to summon a poison guard to send the unconscious Su Donglin down the mountain. Bailey Mingxiang recovered her strength after the antidote was cured. She clutched the raging red lotus flame in her sleeve, uneasy, but still came forward. "Princess, your highness, this servant." Chapter 956. Princess, Your Highness, this servant has failed you. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with apprehension. If she was asked whether she regretted it now, she wouldn't know how to answer. After all, she couldn't bear to watch Su Donglin die without doing anything. Everything had already happened, and Bai Yanqing was dead. Bailey Mingxiang was no longer of any use in this matter. Long Feiyi didn't say much. He only said indifferently, "After we leave the mountain, return to the army." When they left the garrison, Long Feiyi conferred the military rank of Bailey Mingxiang. After Bai Yanqing's matter was settled, she naturally had to return to the army and stay at her post. Although she was reluctant, Bailey Mingxiang still secretly sighed in relief. She knew better than anyone that leaving them was the greatest redemption in her life. Redemption for herself. Red Lotus Raging Fire. Bailey Mingxiang whispered, wanting to return the item. However, Han Yunxi said, "No need. Keep it for self-defense. You may not be safe with Bai Yanqing dead." Only the heavens knew if Bai Yanqing had told others about their dual cultivation. Long Feiyi had created so many misunderstandings and created so many rumors about Bailey Mingxiang. Once Bai Yanqing revealed the matter, there would be many people in the world who wanted Bailey Mingxiang's life. "Thank you, Your Highness." Bailey Mingxiang bowed. After hesitating for a moment, she still said seriously, "Princess, please take care of yourself. Mingxiang won't be able to serve you in the future." Han Yunxi finally realized that this was a long separation. Bailey Mingxiang was going to return to the army. It was very likely that she wouldn't have the chance to be by their side in this lifetime. "You take care too." She helped Bailey Mingxiang up and gently shook Bailey Mingxiang's cold hand. If it weren't for the rumors in the army, if it weren't for the crowd at the bonfire party that night, they wouldn't have been so awkward. Han Yunxi sighed softly. She quickly ordered several female mercenaries to escort Bailey Mingxiang back and instructed seriously, "Find a few people to disguise themselves and go in different directions. Don't be followed. Also, you must keep a low profile in the army." Su Donglin was unconscious, so other than Shi Jiuxia, Bailey Mingxiang was the only one who had heard what Bai Yanqing said. However, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi didn't guard against Bailey Mingxiang. If Bailey Mingxiang wanted to betray them, he wouldn't have waited until now. After sending off Bailey Mingxiang, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi went down the mountain with Shi Jiuxia. Along the way, Han Yunxi kept talking to Shi Jiuxia. Long Feiyi didn't interrupt and listened quietly. Long Feiyi noticed that Han Yunxi's eyes were downcast. She was in a bad mood. After killing Bai Yanqing and getting the truth, as long as they could convince the people at the foot of the mountain, there would be no more hatred between Eastern and Western Qin. There would be no insurmountable gap between them. This was what they were all looking forward to, wasn't it? However, Long Feiyi didn't see any joy on her face. Even if she hid it well, he could see how much the word patricide affected her. At this moment, most of the people at the foot of the mountain stood up and waited. They didn't know what was going on. Even the disciples of the 100 Poisons sect didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Are they fighting? Who won? Are they still fighting? Where are they? How long are they going to fight? Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi can't beat Bai Yanqing if they work together, right? Can anyone say something? Where's Elder Shi? Come out and say something. Many people couldn't wait and started shouting. However, most of them were nobodies. The real big shots didn't say anything and just sat there quietly, waiting. For example, Mu Qingwu and the people from Eastern and Western Qin. They couldn't figure out why Bai Yanqing was indifferent when Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi attacked 100 Poisons sect. However, when Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin led the poison corpses up the mountain, Bai Yanqing immediately chased after them. What was going on? Although Bailey Qiu knew about Bailey Mingxiang's fake dual cultivation, he didn't know much about it. He wasn't smart enough to figure out that it was Long Feiyi's plan to lure Bai Yanqing up the mountain. Neither Eastern and Western Qin nor Mu Qingwu were worried about the outcome of this battle. They were confident in Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi. They only hoped that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi would quickly capture Bai Yanqing and come down the mountain to confront the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin. Soon, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi appeared in front of the crowd. Step by step, Long Fei and Han Yunxi descended the mountain, then ascended the battle stage. Shi Jiuxia followed them and stood next to them. For a moment everyone was dumbfounded. The few people who were sitting also stood up. As for Mu Qingwu, he forgot about everything else when he saw Han Yunxi. She was the only one in his mind. Bailey Qiu had long known about His Highness and Han Yunxi's relationship. He was most concerned about the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin. He remembered that His Highness and Han Yunxi had promised to meet on the battlefield if necessary. Bailey Qiu was the first to speak. "Your Highness, where is Bai Yanqing?" Long Feiyi remained silent, but it was Shi Jiuxia who spoke. "Everyone, I am Shi Jiuxia, the head of the 100 Poisons Sect's Elder Council. Bai Yanqing hasn't joined the 100 Poisons Sect yet, but I am already a disciple. Bai Yanqing is both a descendant of the Poison Sect and the Feng clan, but he has always concealed his identity. No one in the 100 Poisons Sect knows of his origins until today when I heard Bai Yanqing arguing with Western Qin's princess and East Qin's crown prince. Only then did I know the truth." As soon as these words came out, the noisy crowd quieted down. But Shi Jiuxia's next words were like a bomb that sent the crowd into an uproar. "Bai Yanqing has already died by the East Qin crown prince's sword. His corpse lies in the abyss behind Mount Daong." "Dead? Bai Yanqing's really dead?" This Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's third elder immediately asked. "Your Highness, why didn't you escort Bai Yanqing down the mountain?" "Back then, we agreed to question Bai Yanqing and confront East Qin about the civil war. Bai Yanqing wasn't killed by this princess." "You should ask the East Qin crown prince that question," Han Yunxi replied. Third elder shot a questioning look at Long Feiyi, but Long Feiyi ignored him and pretended not to notice. Shi Jiuxia looked towards the other elders of the consortium and said, "Everyone, there's no need for a confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin anymore. The civil war in the Great Qin Empire wasn't the fault of either Western Qin or East Qin. It was..." Before Shi Jiuxia could finish, someone in the crowd cut him off. "Elder Shi, you're quite the busybody, aren't you? Since when did you have a say in the enmity between Eastern, Western Qin? Neither master of Eastern, Western Qin is in a rush, so why are you?" What a joke! His words were full of sarcasm. But the crowd was puzzled as well. Shi Jiuxia was an elder of the 100 Poisons Sect and a true manager. What right did he have to stand here and speak? He'd led the 100 Poisons Sect disciples to commit so many crimes that it was already good enough that he hadn't become public enemy number one. Shi Jiuxia was a man of character, but he remained as steady as Mt. Tai. He retorted, "What's this big brother's background? Why are you meddling in other people's business? What's the rush?" That person wasn't from East Qin or Western Qin, so he had nothing to say. But Bailey Qiu couldn't take it anymore. "Cold," he asked, "Shi Jiuxia, who do you think you are? You don't have a say in the affairs of Eastern, Western Qin. The civil war was instigated by East Qin with ulterior motives. What the hell do you know? What nonsense are you spouting? Get out." Shi Jiuxia lived up to his reputation as an elder. He remained calm and said seriously, "I don't have the right to comment on the grievances between Eastern, Western Qin, but as an elder of the 100 Poisons Sect, I have the right to denounce Bai Yanqing. I want to announce everything Bai Yanqing has done to the public." Everyone quieted down after he said that. Shi Jiuxia's reason was sufficient. Back then, the grievances between Eastern and Western Qin were instigated by the Feng clan. They slandered East Qin for destroying the dam to protect the iron mine. They even spread rumors and slandered the East Qin heir. East Qin was instigated by the Feng clan to attack them, but the Feng clan blew the matter up and caused a misunderstanding between the two royal families. Today, Bai Yanqing, as the former sect master of the Hundred Poisons sect, did not hesitate to sacrifice the Hundred Poisons sect to sow discord between the Western Qin princess and the East Qin crown prince. As the head of the Elder Council, I must announce this matter to the public. At this point, the crowd couldn't be any quieter. Everyone had a complicated look on their faces. Who would have thought this would happen? No one dared to believe it. Shi Jiuxia paused before adding, if this one hadn't seen Bai Yanqing arguing with the East and West Qin masters in the mountains and revealed the truth, I and the Hundred Poisons sect disciples would still be in the dark. Bai Yanqing stood at the foot of the mountain and allowed the Eastern, Western Qin masters to attack the Hundred Poisons sect because he wanted to wait for the two of them to descend the mountain. He wanted to use the confrontation between Eastern and Western Qin to provoke the two royal families in front of everyone. At this point, everyone's doubts about Bai Yanqing's decision to not go up the mountain were resolved. Many people began to believe Shi Jiuxia's words. Even some in the Eastern, Western Qin camp began to consider the possibility that the Feng clan had instigated a civil war. Shi Jiuxia stepped forward and bowed to the crowd. Everyone, I, Shi Jiuxia, am indebted to the Princess of Western Qin for sparing my life. From now on, I am willing to overthrow the entire Hundred Poisons sect, turn over a new leaf, and join the Poison sect. Today, I will expose Bai Yanqing's true colors and expose the Feng clan's scheme. I hope that everyone here will give the Hundred Poisons sect a chance to turn over a new leaf. The huge venue was incomparably silent. No one cared about the Hundred Poisons sect. Everyone was shocked by the truth of the conflict between Eastern, Western Qin. No one was right or wrong between the Eastern and Western Qin. In the end, it was all a misunderstanding? How was this possible? After all, the feud between the two royal families had lasted for 3 or 4 generations. If Shi Jiuxia had defended Eastern, Western Qin from the start, no one would have believed him. Instead, they would have suspected that he'd been bribed. However, if Shi Jiuxia denounced Bai Yanqing as an elder of the Hundred Poisons sect and exposed Bai Yanqing, the effect would be different. At least half of the crowd would believe him. A complicated look flickered past Bailey Chiyu's eyes, but he didn't speak. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Meanwhile, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's old fox wasn't so easy to fool. Cold, Third Elder said, Shi Jiuxia, why should we believe you? Shi Jiuxia wasn't easy to deal with. With a cold smile, he replied, this one is only speaking on behalf of the Hundred Poisons sect. You have no right to speak on behalf of Eastern, Western Qin, much less this one. Naturally, Eastern, Western Qin and Western Qin have the final say in their affairs. He then added, Western Qin's princess has already accepted this one's surrender. If Third Elder doesn't believe me, then, Shi Jiuxia's words were such a coincidence. If Third Elder didn't believe him, then he didn't believe Han Yunxi either, who would openly doubt their own master. Unless he wanted to rebel. Chapter 957. Shi Jiuxia's words rendered Third Elder speechless. But Third Elder wasn't convinced in his heart. He knitted his brows at Han Yunxi, unable to believe what he'd just heard. How could the grudges between generations, the knots between the two imperial clans, and the enmity between the two factions be erased with a few words? They couldn't believe it without hearing it with their own ears. Third Elder bowed respectfully. Princess, there's something fishy about this matter. I ask that you take it seriously. Third Elder was smart enough not to openly oppose Han Yunxi or question Han Yunxi. Instead, he used persuasion to express his suspicions. Han Yunxi had already established her authority among Myriad Merchant Hall's elders, but she wasn't completely intimidated by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders. No one dared to refute her words yet. Still, Han Yunxi wasn't stupid. She didn't want to start a fight with Third Elder and become a joke to the world. She said seriously, "Third Elder's words are very true." There were many people present just then, not just me. The East Qin Crown Prince, the Bailey Army's Miss Ming Xiang, the head of the East Qin Shadow Guards, Su Donglin, the 100 Poison Sect's Elder Shi, the 100 Poison Sect's disciples, and this princess's poison guards and mercenaries were all present. This princess wouldn't have misheard or made a wrong judgment. The people Han Yunshi listed all belonged to the two factions, so they could all be witnesses. As soon as she said this, apart from the two camps, most of the outsiders present believed this result. After all, who wouldn't want revenge after such a huge feud between nations? If not for the truth, how could Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi have made peace so easily? Thus, there was still plenty of discussion around them. Everyone was shocked by the truth and grew nervous. After all, the truth was going to change the balance of power in Cloud Realm Continent. If Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi weren't husband and wife, then even if East and West Qin didn't have any enmity between them, Western Qin and Eastern Qin would still fight for supremacy in Cloud Realm Continent. It was impossible to restore the peace of the Great Qin era. However, the original relationship between Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi made the current situation more uncertain. If Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi didn't intend to mend their relationship, then the two of them would still be enemies after all. If Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi reconciled, would Eastern and Western Qin cooperate? And after the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin, would there be people in the two camps who would be dissatisfied and take the opportunity to establish their own factions? It could be said that Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi's union would decide the future of Cloud Realm Continent for the next few years. It was even possible that it would decide its future. While the outsiders were thinking about the future, the people from both camps were still fixated on what had happened today. In fact, their unwillingness to accept the truth was greater than their suspicions. Unlike the Western Qin camp, Long Feiyi had absolute control over the East Qin camp. Bailey Qiu had his doubts, but he didn't dare say a word. He decided to ask his little sister later and find out what was going on. This was too big a matter for him to handle. He couldn't interfere with His Highness's decision, so he had to discuss it with his father first. The elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium exchanged glances. They didn't know that Han Yunshi had gone to Long Feiyi's camp as a hostage, nor did they know that Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi were working together now. Still, they couldn't accept the grudges between the two imperial clans being settled so easily. Third Elder didn't question Han Yunshi's answer, but he didn't accept it either. Instead, he remained silent. The truth had been revealed, the misunderstanding cleared, and the enmity dissolved. This should have been a cause for celebration, but aside from the discussions of the outsiders, no one from either camp showed any signs of excitement. The atmosphere wasn't good at all. There was a limit to what outsiders could say. What really affected the big picture were the opinions of the two camps. Seeing Bailey Qiu and the other elders silent, everyone felt that something was off and quieted down. Mu Qingwu looked at the couple on stage and thought, if this world belongs to them, what's there for me to refuse to accept? The Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders assumed that Bailey Qiu would stand up and say something, but he didn't say a word. It was as if he completely agreed with Shi Jiuxia's words. Keeping quiet wasn't a solution, either. The elders finally lost their cool. If only it was Master Ning, Third Elder sighed with emotion. There's definitely something wrong here. Just then, the princess was the only one on the mountain. Everyone else was from East Qin. Could the princess have been tricked by them? Fourth Elder said worriedly. Just where is Master Ning? If he was kidnapped, he should have come to extort money by now. Third Elder fretted. But, Fifth Elder hesitated before he said seriously, the two of you, if there's something fishy about this matter, the East Qin Crown Prince should have been able to tell. Moreover, Bai Yanqing has no reason to fake the truth. Third elder and fourth elder became even more silent after hearing this. After all, the enmity between East Qin and West Qin wasn't one-sided. Western Qin hated East Qin, but both sides insisted that it was the other side who started the civil war and destroyed the peace of the past. A woman like Han Yunshi might be tricked, but how could Long Feiyi make such a huge mistake? If this wasn't the truth, how could Long Feiyi, the East Qin crown prince, let Western Qin off so easily? How could he write off the enmity of the past so easily? The third elder and the fourth elder looked at each other and agreed with the fifth elder's thinking. However, this wasn't enough to convince them of the truth. At this critical moment, in front of everyone, the elders couldn't question Han Yunshi or go against Han Yunshi. However, if they didn't say anything now, Han Yunshi wouldn't listen to them after this. Old Third, how about we make a statement? Just say this matter. Just say that we'll discuss this matter another day, and have the princess come back with us? Fourth elder lowered his voice. Third elder also had this plan. As long as they delayed this matter and didn't make a statement today, they wouldn't need to acknowledge this debt in the future. Actually, taking 10,000 steps back, even if there was no enmity between the two royal families, they still had to create enmity. Otherwise, if Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi reunited, how could Western Qin compete with East Qin for Cloud Realm continent? Han Yunshi was a woman rarely seen in 100 years, but no matter how good her skills were, she couldn't compare to a man like Long Feiyi. While the elders were hesitating, Long Feiyi opened his mouth. He stood high up on the battle stage, looking around at the crowd. His deep and cold eyes seemed to look down on the world. As expected of Long Feiyi, a single look from him was enough to intimidate everyone present. Third elder who was about to speak couldn't help closing his mouth. Long Feiyi said, "In the past, Great Qin had internal strife and the country was destroyed. The two royal families had enmity for over 100 years, and today, the truth has been revealed to the world. In the past, the internal strife between the Eastern and Western Qin royal families was caused by the Wind Clan's instigation. Today, this prince has personally killed the Wind Clan's descendant, Bai Yanqing. However, this enmity has yet to be avenged. Bai Yanqing's disciple, the Hundred Poisons sect master, Jun Yixie, has come to Northern Li, coveting our southern fertile lands." Long Feiyi's words stopped here. The entire crowd was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for him to continue. After getting rid of Bai Yanqing, Jun Yixie was naturally the target of public criticism. How to deal with Jun Yixie was what he was most concerned about. However, Long Feiyi's next move caused the entire crowd to boil. He took Han Yunshi's hand, intertwined their fingers, and raised it high. What did this mean? Actually, there was no need for words. These tightly intertwined fingers meant that Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi were reunited. They would join forces to deal with Jun Yixie and deal with Northern Li. Before Long Feiyi could continue, Third Elder immediately spoke up. "Your Highness, unfortunately, Long Feiyi didn't give him the chance." Long Feiyi's cold voice suppressed Third Elder's, not only stopping him from speaking, but also making everyone forget about him. Third Elder was extremely embarrassed, but Long Feiyi continued. "This Crown Prince announces that from this day forth, East Qin and Western Qin will work together to resist the invasions and raids of the Northern Cavalry. We will protect the peace of the Central Plains and the South." Cries of alarm rose from the crowd at his words. If the sight of Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi holding hands was shocking enough, then Long Feiyi's words were enough to stun all of Cloud Realm continent. He had never held hands with her so openly and forcefully before, facing the world with her. This was the first time. It would also be the beginning of countless times in the future. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with all sorts of indescribable feelings. She didn't care what Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders thought. Loudly, she declared, "I, the Princess of Western Qin, the wife of Long Feiyi. From this day forth, I will join hands with him to resist the enemy and create a new golden age for Great Qin. The cries of alarm grew louder at her words. Some even cheered for Han Yunshi. What other confession could surpass these words? What other confession could be so domineering and powerful? What other kind of confession could be so emotional? What other woman could be braver and more resolute than Han Yunshi? Han Yunshi looked at the vast crowd, steady and calm. She was a very resolute person. Once she'd made up her mind, she wouldn't change it or turn back. She knew that this was the most courageous decision she'd ever made in her life. Right now, she was looking straight ahead, not at the crowd, but into the distance and into the future. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi had turned to look at her, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness and infatuation. He never thought that he'd see a day like this, when he could see her beautiful profile with such infatuation. All sorts of voices rose from the crowd. Although there were many doubts, the cheers still won out. Bailey Qiyu had long predicted this, so he remained relatively calm. Mu Qingwu smiled bitterly, but only he knew what he was laughing about. The faces of the Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders all turned white. They would never allow such a thing to happen. Neither would Myriad Merchant Hall's Council of Elders. If Han Yunshi admitted to being husband and wife with Long Feiyi, then the two of them wouldn't just be working together. Eastern and Western Qin were going to become one. When that happened, wouldn't the D-clan have to take orders from Long Feiyi too? Third Elder couldn't take it anymore. He rushed to the front of the stage and raged, "Princess, you..." Unfortunately, a wave of very orderly exclamations suddenly burst out from the surroundings, abruptly drowning out the latter half of his words. On the stage, Long Feiyi. Chapter 958. Why were all the spectators suddenly crying out in alarm? That was because Long Feiyi had suddenly turned around and circled one arm around Han Yunshi's waist. He pulled her close and lifted her chin with his other hand before kissing her domineeringly. Han Yunshi was caught off guard, but she didn't struggle. Her arms quickly circled around Long Feiyi's waist, enjoying his domineering kiss as she responded to him. And as soon as she did, he became even more unbridled as he plundered her. His kiss deepened and grew more intense, treating the hundreds of people around them like air. If this was any other time, Han Yunshi would have avoided it. But she'd long forgotten everything now. She did her best to respond to Long Feiyi, afraid that he'd think it wasn't enough. Afraid that he'd be dissatisfied, afraid that she'd fail to live up to his passion. Amidst wave after wave of surprised cries, Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi embraced each other and kissed passionately. They controlled the world and were under the gaze of the world, but in this moment they'd forgotten all about the world. They only had eyes for each other. They were each other's world. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders were all stunned, including Third Elder. They'd lived for so long, but had never seen such a bold move. Just what were these two planning? Even Bailey Qiyu couldn't keep his cool. In his impression, His Highness wasn't an open-minded man, but rather a conservative one. Could it be that he'd been seduced by Han Yunshi? There was only one person in the crowd who didn't look up at the stage, and that was none other than Mu Qingwu. His head was lowered as he stared at his feet. The ones who should be bashful were the two shameless people on the stage, but Mu Qingwu's ears had turned red. He didn't dare to look at the stage. Fortunately, everyone was focused on the stage, or else young General Mu's innocence would become the biggest joke of the 100 Poisons sect battle. Thinking back to those days, how much determination had it taken for him to run around the streets for Mu Luiyue? Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi kissed for a very, very long time. They kissed until they almost couldn't breathe, but Long Feiyi let go of her. After giving each other some time to breathe, they immediately kissed again. If they continued to kiss, Han Yunshi was afraid that someone would lose control. Fortunately, he still stopped. Long Feiyi let go of Han Yunshi's lips and pulled her into his arms before turning to face the crowd. This time, everyone immediately quieted down. A man of action never liked to talk nonsense. What he did just now was to tell everyone, especially the Eastern and Western Qin factions, that he was determined to get Han Yunshi. The alliance between the Eastern and Western Qin factions was also inevitable. Bailey Chiu remained silent until the very end. The other elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had yet to recover their wits, especially Third Elder. He stood in front of the stage in a daze, as if he'd forgotten what he was here for. Long Fei had no time to waste here. He was about to take Han Yunshi away when a middle-aged man dressed as a soldier suddenly walked out from behind the group of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium elders. This was none other than Ning Cheng's most trusted Deputy General, Deputy General Shui. His armor was quite eye-catching, and the D character on his chest was even more eye-catching. Even if no one recognized him, they could tell that he was a representative of the D clan's military. Your Royal Highness, this soldier refuses to accept the truth that Bai Yanqing gave us. Neither do the Ning clan troops. This soldier earnestly requests that Your Royal Highness distinguish between personal feelings and matters of state. Don't mix personal feelings with matters of national vengeance. If you're tricked, you'll lose face for Western Qin's imperial clan. His words were very direct. Soon enough, everyone quieted down. Han Yunshi looked at Deputy General Shui with a complicated look in her eyes. She always knew that the real problem wasn't Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, but the Ning clan troop. Businessmen valued profits, while soldiers valued loyalty. The old foxes in the Council of Elders knew how to judge the situation and know when to advance or retreat. But the Ning clan troops wouldn't compromise so easily. Once Deputy General Shui stepped forward, he'd probably stop fearing her status as a princess. The Ning clan troops obeyed Ning Qing, not her. Han Yunshi guessed right, because Deputy General Shui's next words were very blunt. Long Fei Yi, why did you bring Bai Yanqing down the mountain for a confrontation? Why did you kill him with a single blow? Do you have a guilty conscience? Are you afraid that Bai Yanqing will tell you the truth? You didn't kill Bai Yanqing to silence him, did you? Actually, everyone present could guess that possibility. But almost everyone felt that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had no reason to do so. The enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was their family's grudge. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had once been irreconcilable enemies because of this. How could they join forces to deceive themselves and the rest of the world? They were the ones who wanted revenge, not everyone else. In the end, they were just spectators. Your Royal Highness Princess, you can't let down Western Qin's imperial clan and the D clan's loyalty. Your Royal Highness Princess, you mustn't be fooled by Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's been using you this entire time. Can't you tell? Your Royal Highness Princess, just what did Bai Yanqing say? You know what's going on in your heart. You have to have a clear conscience. A few of the elders grew agitated as well, throwing caution to the wind to admonish her. Han Yunshi knew things wouldn't go so smoothly, but she always assumed that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and the D clan's military would question her in private. She never expected the military to challenge her in public. Was this the rhythm of a rebellion? If she insisted on joining forces with Long Fei Yi today, would the Ning clan troops really rebel? If Ning Qing was here, what would Ning Cheng's attitude be? Perhaps he'd be the same as the Military and Trade Consortium. After all, the Military and Trade Consortium were absolutely obedient to Ning Qing. Was the D clan going to force her to abdicate in front of everyone? Threatening her? Making her choose between Long Fei Yi and the D clan? Although she felt uneasy, Han Yunshi still replied calmly, Deputy General Shui, what kind of person do you take this princess for? How could this princess forget about national enmity and family just because of love? Western Qin's imperial clan was destroyed, and this princess was a victim as well. I've been living under someone else's roof since I was a child and suffered all sorts of grievances at the Han estate. I lived in vain for 20 years before I found out about my origins. This princess remembers all of this. If not for the internal strife back then, this princess wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Nor would I be standing here being questioned by a bunch of men like you. Let me tell you, Western Qin's imperial clan's hatred comes from family, but national enmity comes from Western Qin's imperial clan. You're insulting this princess by questioning her like this. You're insulting Western Qin's imperial clan. What right do you have to question this princess? What are your motives? When it came to the truth, Han Yunshi really was lying. However, at this moment, her indignation was not an act. It was real. The D clan claimed to be loyal to Western Qin's imperial clan, but aside from Myriad Merchant Hall's fifth elder, who else in the D clan was truly loyal to a princess like her? In this dynasty, the relationship between monarch and subjects was like that between generals and soldiers. Absolute obedience was emphasized, and the orders of the monarch couldn't be disobeyed. But how could the D clan act like subjects at all? Compared to Long Feiye's control over the East Qin camp, Han Yunshi didn't feel like a princess at all. She felt more like the sole orphan of the imperial clan. Deputy General Shui, this princess hasn't forgotten her enmity, but clearly recognized her enemy. If this princess hadn't figured out the truth today, I would have continued to be incited by others. Eastern and Western Qin would never see another day of peace. As Han Yunshi spoke, she looked at the crowd. Let me ask you, if Eastern and Western Qin will never see another day of peace between them, will Cloud Realm Continent ever see a day of peace? Will the common people ever have a day of peace? Han Yunshi's words were sonorous and forceful, without a trace of guilt. As she saw it, the grudges of the past were already in the past. Whether it was individuals or countries, they should all look forward. Rather than cling to past grudges, it was better to live well in the present and plan for the future. Those who lived in the past weren't people who loved peace. In the grand scheme of things, grudges, right and wrong, there was only one standard to judge: whether or not they could bring peace to Cloud Realm Continent. Cloud Realm Continent had always been a single entity that belonged to the Great Qin Empire. Only people with selfish motives would haggle over past grudges and national enmities. The common people didn't care about such things. They only wanted peace, stability, and peace. With such beliefs and perseverance, Han Yunshi looked down at everyone present, calm and collected. Very soon, cheers rose from the crowd. Mu Qingwu had long raised his head to look over, a smile tugging at his lips. Aside from his secret love for Han Yunshi, he admired her even more. It had to be said that Han Yunshi's words had struck a chord with his heart. As a soldier, he'd always believed that the true meaning of protecting the country wasn't hatred, but the peaceful lives of the common people. Too many people used the pretense of protecting the country and maintaining peace as a pretext to start wars, but they were actually seeking power for themselves. In this aspect, Mu Qingwu had clashed with his father many times. Although he'd been lectured and disappointed countless times, he still held fast to his belief. Today, hearing the woman he admired speak such righteous words, the admiration in Mu Qingwu's heart quietly turned into worship. Just like how he worshipped Long Feiye, he now respected Han Yunshi even more. Long Feiye looked at Han Yunshi in surprise as well. He hugged Han Yunshi tighter to tell her that he agreed with her words. Han Yunshi was both righteous and intelligent. Once she raised the topic to the level of Cloud Realm peace, Deputy General Shui would only fall into an unjust trap if he kept arguing. Who would have thought that Deputy General Shui would neither argue nor obey? Instead, he bowed and said, "Farewell," before turning around and leaving. As soon as he left, the other deputy generals followed closely behind him, along with the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. They didn't even bid farewell to Han Yunshi. Watching their backs, Long Feiye murmured, "The D clan will definitely rebel." A complicated look flitted past Han Yunshi's eyes. The D clan's power was equivalent to the entire Western Qin faction. If they rebelled, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? "I won't be polite," Long Feiye said. He didn't even need to send a single soldier to deal with the D clan. With Myriad Merchant Hall's current situation, he could easily cut off the D clan's source of income. As long as their source of income was cut off, they'd only be able to last a year at most. Long Feiyi, no matter what, we can't waste our time with the D clan. Jun Yixie and the Northern Dynasty's emperors are both watching us, Han Yunshi said seriously. Chapter 959. How could Han Yunshi and Long Feiyi know that the dead Bai Yanqing was actually still alive? If it was just the D clan's rebellion, it wouldn't have been a big deal to Long Feiyi. Although Han Yunshi had taken care of Myriad Merchant Hall's gambling house and auction house, these two businesses were now in their hands. As long as Long Feiyi's Kangon private bank stopped working with the auction house's business would plummet. As for the gambling house, it had just opened in the few days they'd been at 100 Poisons Sec. As long as the inside story of the new casino was leaked, it would basically be ruined. The 700 million taels Myriad Merchant Hall had paid for the deed would basically go down the drain. With Myriad Merchant Hall's current financial resources, they had to bear all kinds of losses to survive the harsh winter while also paying for the D clan's various expenses, especially the Ning clan's. At most, they could only last for a year. Once war broke out, they might not even last a year due to the high cost of military supplies during the winter. When marching to war, rations and fodder came first. Without sufficient military supplies, they would lose half the battle. What could the D clan use to fight Long Feiyi? Han Yunshi understood all of this. However, she was worried about Northern Li and Emperor Kongqing. Don't worry, Jun Yixie and Emperor Kongqing will never make peace. Jun Yixie won't be able to send troops south this year. Long Feiyi's grasp of Northern Li's political situation was very precise. In order to protect Little Ear, Helian Zuixiang had already agreed to all of noble consort Zhao's requests and exposed Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie's many years of conspiracy in front of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. The Northern Dynasty's emperors had previously cut off Jun Yixie's military pay, so they were sure to make a big move soon. Of course, Jun Yixie had another way to get his military pay, and that was to work with the D clan in secret. If it was in the past, the D clan might have had the financial resources to support Jun Yixie. But now, the D clan could hardly even protect themselves. In a sense, Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi still had to thank Gu. If not for Gu sacrificing Golden Wing Palace's interests, messing up the three-way black market's casino and Myriad Merchant Hall's auction, they might not have been able to completely control the D clan's financial resources. After hearing Long Feiyi's words, Han Yunshi came to her senses. How could she forget that when she was still in the D clan's army, Long Feiyi had already held Northern Li in check. He had enough military strength and financial resources to contend with the D clan. At that time, the D clan had been defeated and lost many cities. The reason Long Feiyi took the initiative to make peace was all for her sake. Now, if the D clan rebelled, it would not be good in terms of military strength or public opinion. Why would the D clan do this? If they wanted to be loyal to Western Qin, shouldn't loyalty to Western Qin begin with loyalty to her, the princess? Long Feiyi, is there any other way? If the two armies go to war, it will be a waste of manpower and resources, Han Yunshi asked in a low voice. Long Feiyi chuckled. Fool, if you and I join hands, the D clan will completely become our subordinate. How could they be willing to accept that? These words enlightened Han Yunshi. It turned out that not believing the truth was just an excuse. The D clan was worried that if she joined hands with Long Feiyi, the D clan would be suppressed forever and might even be swallowed up by the East Qin camp. Therefore, even though they knew they could not resist, they would still fight to the end. Han Yunshi smiled. So, they are worried that I can't win against you and Western Qin will be controlled by him in the end? If the two of you join hands, I won't touch a single one of your soldiers, Long Feiyi said simply. He had always given Han Yunshi, not demanded. I believe you, but they won't. Han Yunshi was a little helpless. Perhaps I should go back to three-way black market and do my best to make an issue out of Myriad Merchant Hall to avoid a war. Myriad Merchant Hall's elders were much cleverer than Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders and Deputy General Shui. If the two sides worked together smoothly, they could make a move against Jun Yixie immediately. If things didn't go well, he didn't know how things would develop. Long Feiyi, give me a bit more time, Han Yunxi murmured. In the end, she still didn't have full control over the D clan. Everyone present was still waiting. Everyone present was a reputable figure and no fool, so they could tell that the Western Qin camp was at odds with each other. Many of them had been hoping to see a fight break out, but the D clan's representatives had already left. If the Western Qin camp was at odds with each other, then the cooperation between Western Qin and East Qin wouldn't go smoothly. There was bound to be a good show in the coming days. Many busybodies were looking forward to it. Young General, I'm afraid the D clan has ulterior motives, Mu Qingwu's guard murmured. Mu Qingwu glanced at him but didn't say anything. Like Long Tianma, he couldn't figure out why his father had gotten involved in the 100 Poisons sect battle this time. Father had borrowed Emperor Kong Cheng's hand to stir up such a scene. Why? Everything here was basically over, but he couldn't figure out anything. Actually, as he saw it, the enmity between Western Qin and Eastern Qin wasn't unresolvable. Even without exposing the Wind Clan's instigation, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi could sit down and negotiate a deal. Why couldn't they just bury the hatchet with a smile? The reason why the enmity had persisted to this day was because of the conflict of interest and the struggle for power behind it. Back then, the Great Qin Empire was ruled by two emperors, East and West, so there were all kinds of hidden conflicts. Otherwise, how could they have been so easily instigated? How could they have started a civil war over a flood? Behind all these enmity was an old saying, a mountain cannot hold two tigers. If not for Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi's deep relationship, their reconciliation, and the resolution of today's misunderstanding, would the Eastern, Western Qin and Eastern Qin really cooperate sincerely? Wouldn't they continue to fight to the death for territory and power just like before? What enmity, what national enmity, what family hatred. In the end, they were all just excuses. This wasn't a personal matter between Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi, but a matter between the two camps. In Mu Qingwu's opinion, the 100 Poisons sect incident was enough to affect the overall situation. It wasn't the truth that had been revealed and the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin had been resolved, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had mended their old friendship and truly joined forces. Therefore, he was very glad that Long Feiyi had full control over the East Qin camp. Otherwise, the East Qin camp would also have internal strife. Who knew how chaotic this matter would be? At this moment, Long Feiyi was looking at Bailey Qiu on the stage. He asked coldly, Bailey Qiu, the D clan has many problems. What about your Bai clan? Bailey Qiu was on the verge of tears. He thought that as long as he didn't say anything, it would be fine. He could let his father argue with His Highness when he returned. Who knew that His Highness would call him out in public? How should he answer? If he supported it, what could his father say when he returned? He had come today as a representative of the Bai clan. If he opposed it, he wouldn't have the guts to challenge His Highness in front of the entire world, no matter how much he wanted to. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Bailey Qiu, but he didn't have time to think. He could only bow respectfully with his hands clasped in front. Everything will be done as your Highness says. Now this is how a subordinate should act. In comparison, Han Yunxi felt that her Western Qin princess title was nothing more than a title in name. Hurry back to the army and discuss the grand plan. We'll head north to fight against Jun Yixie. Long Feiyi's words ended the battle at 100 Poisons sect. Not only did it incite discussion and suspicion amongst the crowd, but it also shook the calm surface of Cloud Realm continent. Various factions began to secretly prepare for war. Once Long Feiyi headed north to fight against Jun Yixie, the true battle of Cloud Realm Continent would begin. Once they were out of sight, Long Fei-yi took Han Yunxi's hand and pressed it against his lips. Smiling, he muttered to himself, Long Fei-yi's wife? Han Yunxi was magnanimous in front of the crowd, but she was a little embarrassed in front of this guy. She withdrew her hand and prepared to speak when a few shadow guards brought Gu Beiwei over. Princess, is Bai Yanqing really dead? Gu Beiwei had been listening from the sidelines. He couldn't believe that Bai Yanqing had died just like that. I stabbed him in the heart and confirmed that he stopped breathing. I kicked his body into the abyss behind the mountains, Long Fei-yi said. Gu Beiwei finally believed him, but his brows furrowed. He seemed uneasy about today's events, but since things had already come to this, he closed his eyes without a word. He had rushed here to meet them for another important matter. Princess, do you have any news of Lil Thing? Gu Beiwei asked anxiously. Han Yunxi had been thinking about this as well. She shook her head. If Lil Thing was trapped by Bai Yanqing, would the poison storage space have shattered after Bai Yanqing's death? She really didn't know much about the poison storage space. She didn't control it, but felt like she was being controlled by it instead. She was being forced to cultivate step by step, so she didn't have much control over it. Gu Beiwei didn't know much about the poison storage space either, so he analyzed carefully. Princess, if the poison storage space had shattered, Lil Thing would have come looking for you already. The only thing in the world that could trap Lil Thing was the poison storage space. Although they hadn't gotten any confirmation from Bai Yanqing, there was an 80 to 90% chance that Lil Thing was trapped in the space. If Lil Thing was in the same mountain, it would be able to find Han Yunxi immediately once it was free. Therefore, after analyzing it this way, Bai Yanqing's poison storage space hadn't shattered. You mean, Bai Yanqing's poison storage space hasn't shattered? Han Yunxi was shocked. He's dead, but the poison storage space hasn't shattered. Could it be that Bai Yanqing's soul was still in the poison storage space even after his physical body died, maintaining the space? Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi felt goosebumps rise on her hands. What kind of space was the poison storage space? Did it have anything to do with her soul transmigrating here? Long Fei-yi looked at her with a serious expression, his eyes so deep that she couldn't see the bottom. Gu Beiwei was also very surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then suggested, Your Highness, Princess, why don't we take a look at the body first before we discuss? Long Fei-yi didn't object. The three of them waited for the shadow guard for a while before rushing to the cliff at the back of the mountain. They quickly reached the cliff. Bai Yanqing's blood had already dried and spilled all over the cliff. There were many poisons that the detoxification system didn't record. Although the detoxification system couldn't analyze them, it would still alert Han Yunxi that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in 100 Poisons sect, which was filled with poisonous plants and animals, Han Yunxi might have noticed Bai Yanqing's blood. After killing Bai Yanqing, Han Yunxi couldn't stand the incessant notifications and turned off the detoxification system. Long Fei-yi carried Han Yunxi, while the shadow guard carried Gu Beiwei. The group quickly flew down the cliff and into the abyss. Chapter 960. Long Fei-yi landed first with Han Yunxi. This abyss was much deeper than they had imagined. It was like a deep ravine with a small stream flowing through it. The vegetation was lush and covered the sky. It was very cool and even the air was humid. Han Yunxi and Long Fei-yi looked around but did not see Bai Yanqing's body. They did not notice anything strange. After all, Long Fei-yi had stabbed Bai Yanqing in the heart personally. Moreover, after Bai Yanqing fell off the cliff, his body was hanging on a tree. Long Fei-yi had personally checked his breathing. After confirming that he was dead, he kicked the body down the abyss. Even if he was still gasping for his last breath, how could he not die after falling from such a high place? Perhaps even his body could not be preserved. They only thought that the body was nearby and were not in a hurry to look for it. Instead, they waited for the shadow guard to bring Gu Beiwei down. Han Yunxi was not in a good mood, especially in this abyss. Her depressed mood was written all over her face. Long Fei Yi had already noticed it. He said in a low voice, "Don't worry. You didn't kill him." He knew that what she could not let go of was the word patricide. At that time, even he did not expect that Bai Yanqing would say something like that and acknowledge his daughter at that time. Perhaps Han Yunshi could no longer stay calm from then on? Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Yi and asked, "I told you to kill him, right?" She was indeed not calm at that time and could not think. Now that she thought about it, she forgot what she said to Long Fei Yi at that time. Long Fei Yi remembered very clearly that when Bai Yanqing acknowledged his daughter, Han Yunshi was stunned for a long time. In the end, she said to him, "I only trust you in this world. What are you hesitating for?" She did not have the heart to kill her father. She refused to admit that she had a father like Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi held her hand tightly. "Han Yunshi, you just have to remember that you didn't kill him. I killed him. Back then, the Wind Clan joined forces with the Black Clan and the D Clan to destroy my East Qin. I have to settle this debt." Back then, the East and West Qin had a grudge. However, the Black Clan was the one who truly destroyed the Western Qin royal family, and the Wind was the East Qin royal family. Today, even if Han Yunshi did not make up her mind, Long Fei Yi would not show mercy. Han Yunshi then looked up at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi said again, "Bai Yanqing is not your father. You are not the Han Yunshi of the Han family." "No. He is." Before Han Yunshi could finish, Long Fei Yi interrupted her. He said, "Why did Madame Tianxin hide her identity and marry into the Han family? Why did she have a difficult birth? Bai Yanqing clearly knows your identity, but he still refuses to acknowledge you. Don't you think this is too strange? He acknowledged you as his daughter at a time of life and death. Do you really believe his words?" Although Long Fei Yi's words were comforting, they were not without reason. Han Yunshi looked at him as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she did not say anything. She was reflecting if she had been too impulsive. With Bai Yanqing dead, who would know about Madame Tianxin's past? What if Bai Yanqing was not her father? Then who was her father? Was he alive or dead? Where could she find out? Han Yunshi was silent. Long Fei Yi did not say anything either. He held her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. Actually, words were the most powerless. A hug or a tight grip was actually more reassuring. They waited for a while before the shadow guard brought Gu Beiyue down. "Have you found the body?" Gu Beiyue asked seriously. "We were waiting for you. The body should be nearby." "Let's split up and search," Long Fei Yi said calmly. Gu Beiyue only needed to glance at Han Yunshi to know that something was wrong with her emotions. A faint smile flitted across his lips. Long Fei Yi was not waiting for him. He was clearly giving Han Yunshi time to calm down. It had to be said that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi's actions regarding the 100 Poisons sect incident were rather impulsive. Gu Beiyue did not say much. Although they had been impulsive today, there was no better way. Judging from the way Bai Yanqing had waited at the foot of the mountain for so long, no matter what the truth between East and Western Qin was, Bai Yanqing would definitely sow discord in front of everyone. Cloud Realm's situation had developed to this point. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had reached this point. If they didn't use this opportunity to find a reason to cooperate, what would happen between East and Western Qin after Bai Yanqing's death? Very soon, they split up to search for Bai Yanqing's body. However, when they walked around the area, they all panicked. Bai Yanqing's body was nowhere to be seen, including in the shallow stream. Only a pool of blood could be seen not far away. "Your Highness, are you sure Bai Yanqing is dead?" Gu Beiyue's originally pale face was now so pale that there was no trace of blood. If Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, then the situation was serious. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi's expressions were even uglier. Long Fei Yi said seriously, "I personally checked his breathing. He's no longer breathing." A sword to the heart. At this point, Long Fei seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. Hadn't there once been a person who had been stabbed in the heart with a dagger? Hadn't that person also lived well? Seeing Long Fei's strange behavior, Gu Beiwei asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "After confirming that he's dead, let's search again." Even though Long Fei was facing Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei, he didn't reveal Gu's secret. All right. Gu Beiwei didn't pursue the matter. They went south and north respectively, searching almost the entire deep stream. It wasn't until the next morning that they reunited at the same spot. Could the body have been stolen? Han Yunxi could only think of this possibility. She saw with her own eyes that Bai Yanqing's heart had been stabbed. Moreover, it wasn't caused by sword qi, but by the profound frost sword. How could he have survived in such a situation? Next, Long Fei checked Bai Yanqing's breathing. As she saw it, he was being exceedingly cautious and even superfluous. The possibility of the body being stolen isn't high. Gu Beiwei said seriously. In 100 Poisons sect, other than Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie, who were highly skilled in martial arts, everyone else had won with poison. Even that girl Bai Yuqiao's martial arts were average. Almost no one in 100 Poisons sect could go down such a deep abyss. Moreover, Shi Jiuxia had surrendered to Han Yunxi on the spot. Who else in 100 Poisons sect would take such a risk to search for Bai Yanqing's body? Since he was already dead, it was useless even if they found it. Could it have been bitten by a poisonous beast? Han Yunxi asked again. However, when she said this, even she herself felt that it was untenable. Poisonous beasts that ate corpses were extremely rare. Even if they did, they would have left traces whether they killed the body on the spot or dragged it away. But besides a pool of blood, they didn't find any other traces. The three of them fell silent. Actually, they all had the same worry, but they didn't say it out loud. In the end, it was Gu Beiwei who spoke up first. "Your Highness, Princess, Bai Yanqing might have faked his death." "But he clearly," Han Yunxi was about to retort, but Long Fei cut her off. "Have you heard of the Poison sect's poison Gu humans?" Back when he found out that Gu hadn't died after being stabbed in his heart, he had been investigating the reason. The Poison sect had been caught by Medical City because of their research on poison Gu humans. In the end, the entire sect was destroyed. Rumor had it that the method to raise poison Gu humans hadn't been successful, and Gu's father, Academy head Gu, had been secretly researching the secret recipe for raising poison Gu humans all this time. But did any of the Poison sect's direct descendants succeed in researching the secret recipe? Did the Poison sect's direct descendant gain control of the recipe and succeed? Who could say for sure? Who could guarantee it? Long Fei hadn't believed it at first, but Gu's appearance changed his mind. Gu Yuntian's secret had been exposed at Medical City's medical skills competition. Although he'd been secretly researching the Poison sect's secret arts all this time, it seemed that he hadn't succeeded in his research based on what he'd found in the underground chamber. It seemed that Gu hadn't been raised into a poison Gu human by Gu Yuntian. But Gu's immortality was an ironclad fact. So why hadn't Gu died? Gu was familiar with everything about the Poison sect. Could he have used other means to raise himself into a poison Gu human? At this time, Long Fei didn't have time to think about Gu. He only knew that immortals did exist in this world. When he killed Bai Yanqing, he hadn't considered that possibility at all. Time had been tight. First, the mercenaries and poison guards couldn't hold on for long. If they delayed any longer, Shi Jiuxia wouldn't be the only one coming. The more people knew about this, the more troublesome it would be. Second, Bailey Mingxiang had also been poisoned, leaving Han Yunxi limited time to treat the poison. Third, the people at the foot of the mountain couldn't wait for long. Now that he thought about it carefully, Bai Yanqing was a direct descendant of the Poison sect. If he hadn't died after being struck, he had to be a poison Gu human. Poison Gu human. Gu Beiwei broke out in cold sweat. Han Yunxi's face was deathly pale, and she didn't speak for a long time. The two of them had only just realized what was going on. Poison goo human was enough to explain the strange disappearance of the corpse. Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, so they were in big trouble. Bai Yanqing had an immortal body, so they were in even bigger trouble. Long Fei Yi was the calmest of the three. He asked seriously, "What exactly is a poison goo human?" There were many legends about poison goo humans. Some said they were immortal, indestructible, and immortal. Others said they were invulnerable to weapons and poisons. There were even some who said that poison goo humans were the evolved form of poison corpses and could be controlled by their masters. Gu Beiwa shook his head, and so did Han Yunshi. The poison goo man was a legend of the poison sect to begin with. Forget them, even the elders of Medical City might not have a definite answer. A complicated look flitted through Long Fei Ye's eyes. It looked like he still had to meet Gu again, even though he didn't want to see that untrustworthy fellow ever again. "Is there a way to kill a poison goo human?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "Your Highness, the problem at hand isn't how to kill Bai Yanqing, but how to stop him," Gu Beiwa said seriously. "Once he shows up, everything we said today will be overturned." Han Yunshi was worried about this as well. Bai Yanqing only needed to show up, and he didn't need to say anything to overturn everything she and Long Fei Yi had said today. No matter what the world thought, the Eastern, Western Qin and Eastern Qin factions would definitely be dissatisfied. Forget her, even Long Fei Yi would find it hard to convince the masses. "Your Highness, today's matter lacked consideration." Gu Beiwa didn't want to say much at first, but since Bai Yanqing wasn't dead, he had no choice but to say it. Gu Beiwa and Han Yunshi were worried that Bai Yanqing would expose their lies today, but Long Fei Yi wasn't as worried. He looked at Han Yunshi and asked, "Do you regret it?"